which is on the side of the Sistine Chapel. It's a very, very small room, which has come to be known as the room of tears. La stanza delle lacrime, which is Italian for the room of tears, because of the emotional impact of having just been elected. That is what it's called. In that room are 3 white cassocks, papal robes, in 3 different sizes, essentially, to be very simple: small, medium, and large. So whoever gets elected can put on one of these. It may not fit perfectly, it might be too big, too small, too short, whatever, but at least it's white, and that person will don those clothes and then will walk from the Sistine Chapel around the Vatican into St. Peter's Basilica, into St. Peter's Basilica, behind the central lodge, and then will come out of the balcony windows after a cardinal announces to the crowd, "Habemus Papam." Says, "I have news of great joy," in Latin. "Habemus Papam," we have a pope. It's difficult to say who's going to be elected pope. There's a number of people who have emerged as favorites, more in the press than anywhere else. One is Cardinal Pietro Parolin, who is the Vatican Secretary of State. He's a very well-known entity. He's known by many people around the world, and he has no pastoral experience, but he has a lot of administration experience. One of the other contenders is Cardinal Tagle of the Philippines, who is his personality is more like that of John Paul II or Francis, more of a kind of a spunky personality. He's a very lively person. He would be the first pope from what is now considered Asia. It is almost impossible that a new pope will be chosen on the first day, the first ballot on the first afternoon. What normally happens is that a lot of names are thrown out just to cast out there, just to sort of, say, as a sign of respect to people. Everybody knows that they're not going to be chosen as pope. So the real voting begins the next day, on the second day.
eminentissimum, ac reverendissimum Dominum, Dominum Robertum Franciscum, Sancte Romane Ecclesiae, Cardinalem Prevost.
When he will walk down this hallway in the
object of the basilica.
very special moment.
And there he is.
There he is.
And the applause going up, the hooting, the waving,
Big
the
smiles.
smiles.
How amazing. And Dr. Elizabeth was talking about the symbolism of the red that he's wearing. You know, it is a sacrificial role, and that is the symbol of the
The center at the same level as the lobja. Beautiful feet. Smiling, taken by the moment.
I think very through his mind, you know, the weight of
La pace sia con tutti voi. Fratelli, sorelle carissimi, questo è il primo saluto del Cristo risorto, il buon pastore che ha dato la vita per il gregge di Dio. Anch'io vorrei che questo saluto di pace entrasse nel vostro cuore, raggiungesse le vostre famiglie, a tutte le persone, ovunque siano, a tutti i popoli, a tutta la terra. La pace sia con voi.
Dobbiamo dire no alla guerra delle parole, delle immagini. Dobbiamo respingere il paradigma della guerra. Buoni, noi siamo i tempi. Grazie dunque. E guardando all'evoluzione tecnologica, questa missione diventa ancora più necessaria. Penso in particolare all'intelligenza artificiale col suo potenziale immenso, che richiede però responsabilità e discernimento per orientare gli strumenti a bene di tutti, così che possano produrre benefici per l'umanità. Per questo ripeto a voi oggi l'invito fatto dal Papa Francesco nel suo ultimo messaggio per la prossima giornata mondiale delle comunicazioni sociali. Disarmiamo la comunicazione da ogni pregiudizio, rancore, fanatismo e odio. Purifichiamola dall'aggressività. Non serve una comunicazione fragorosa, muscolare, ma piuttosto una comunicazione capace di ascolto, di raccogliere la voce dei deboli che non hanno voce. Parole e contribuiremo a disarmare la terra. Una comunicazione disarmata e disarmante ci permette di condividere uno sguardo diverso sul mondo e di agire in modo coerente con la nostra dignità umana. Voi siete in prima linea nel narrare i conflitti e le speranze di pace, le situazioni di ingiustizia e di povertà e il lavoro silenzioso di tanti per un mondo migliore. Per questo vi chiedo di scegliere con consapevolezza e coraggio la strada di una comunicazione di pace. Benedicat vos omnipotens Deus.
Salutare i due vescovi,
Thank you for this wonderful reception. They say when they clap at the beginning, it doesn't matter much. If you're still awake at the end and you still want to applaud, thank you very much. Di chi difende la dignità, la giustizia, no alla guerra delle parole, delle immagini. Dobbiamo respingere il paradigma della guerra. Non dobbiamo fuggire. Al contrario.
Non so se va via da subito.
I thought the messages were positive. He should have been a little more specific, mentioning, for instance, all of our colleagues, journalists who have been killed in Gaza. But beyond that, it was positive.
Well, it was remarkable for an American to hear a pope speaking like me, right? The same language and the same accent, and I thought that was amazing. And his message was very strong. He understands the media, and he is asking us to rise to a certain level. I think he's very smart about that. And it was a thrill. It was just a thrill.
I think he'll get along. I mean, it's still too early to say, of course, but in general, I'd say it looks like it's going to be a positive relationship. Of course, we as the media should not, if there's something that needs to be reported, we need to report it, whether it's positive.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
we have taken the move by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Live at Contact Gallery, we are here to see Uche Agonsi in his gallery. We are here to discuss more about arts, sculptures, painting, and the stories behind each and every one of them. So join us while we get some reviews with him. Good afternoon, sir.
From Signature TV.
Yes, please.
Wow.
It's nice to meet you.
Welcome to Contact Art Gallery.
Yes. We're here to review some of your artwork and the whole mystery behind it.
Wow.
So are you ready for us?
Oh, yes.
All right. So, I like this particular one.
Wow. The title of the work is August Meeting.
August Meeting.
The saga and the menace that happens in August Meeting.
Okay.
In the time past, I did this work 2006.
Okay.
August Meeting issues were at the peak.
Yeah.
Women put a lot of pressures on the husband. Mm-hmm. Some people use that opportunity.
It still does, though.
But I think it's watered down now.
Okay.
But that time is something else.
Mm-hmm.
Women can even sell anything to go for August Meeting. So
yes.
they use that opportunity to do that kind of competition. So
all right.
I was able to capture the political class here.
Okay.
This is the wife of the former governor, former senator, former House of Rep, former power.
Okay.
So she now has less women behind her.
Okay.
I can see she's almost wearing nothing. She's wearing few diamonds, bling.
Yeah.
But this one is the present and the current wife of either governor, senator.
Yeah.
You can see she has enough people. They're wearing bone.
Yeah, looking all flashy.
With their bling and everything. So it's just a display of power. But you cannot see the normal women that are
the viewers, the one watching them.
They're the ones that have been tormented, been harassed. So I just those onlookers.
Okay.
Watching the drama being created during August meeting.
All right.
So I saw that I have to capture it in order to preserve the.
That's quite impressive. So okay, I love this particular one.
This painting, I did it after your agenda anyway. That was 2009. So I was able to study women and powers. I captured the face of a woman or the womanhood. Yeah. Here you can see her face is blue, white, welcoming. Here she didn't know anything. She's just a white material. Like now, everything people are talking about Acharuga. That was Acharuga up there. But the moment you introduce same power to this woman, that is calm, good, submissive, the moment you hand over power to her, the next thing her mouth became stronger. That's where the weapon is.
Because you know sometimes you can't. Money, power is just an amplifier. You may say, the girl was nice before. What happened? The sudden married a governor, or she's now commissioner for this and this, and all of a sudden she manifests to this.
So we are sitting down because there's this particular artwork that caught my interest, and I really want to know the whole mystery behind it. So over to you, Uche. I can see a strong man with 6 packs beating a drum, but he has no head.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So I want you to tell me the whole drama behind it and why he's actually standing, he's not sitting.
Yeah, he's not standing.
Yes. So what's the whole mystery behind this particular artwork?
Okay, well, I did the artwork in 2000. This work has been to Egypt, this work has been to Germany, this work has been to Colombia, has been to England. I visited it in Abuja, but all the edition I tagged it not for sale. My concept behind this was Nigerian leadership. You can see this man is a drummer, he's making music, he's healthy. And the drum is making you want to hear the music. And at the base is the map of Nigeria. So meanwhile, the title of this work is my Nigeria, my country. So I felt bad when I discovered that all the resources we had, the only problem we had is leadership problem. And I have discovered that one can lose his hand, he still survives. You can lose your leg, you still survive. But you don't have head, you can't. And I've discovered that all the 5 senses are controlled by the head. The eyes, the tongue, the nose, the mouth. And these things are the things that forms leadership. Like today, even in Nigeria, a leader can wake up tomorrow and say, nobody will go out for 1 week. And everybody will obey him. So if we have the useless or the uneducated one at the helm of affairs, it affects the whole body. So this is Nigeria. We have resources. Everything is working in Nigeria. You know, sometimes as a person, I always ask them, if you export all Nigerians to Canada and bring all Canadian citizens to Nigeria without changing the leadership system, Nigeria will still become the mess it is. And the people in Nigeria will survive very well in Canada.
So like you said, you need someone that will be able to appreciate this art even when you're gone. And maybe by then Nigeria would have, you know, gotten a good leader. So do you think whomever that will handle this art, maybe an artist like you might complete it or something, maybe add a head to it by then?
No, he cannot. Because one good thing is this is an illustrative art. Or it's more like imaginary. It's like an imaginary art. When Nigeria become better, because I believe in Nigeria, I know Nigeria will become better. There's a lot of prophecy, a lot of, they say, we almost got it during the last election. You saw the Biden movement. And so one day I know whatever we are asking for will become actualized. That doesn't mean we have a physical head here anymore. But this will not represent a story that this was our dream. Now it's a reality. So that people will now know that culture and history need to be preserved.
This particular artwork got my interest. I'm seeing 3 houses in one. I'm seeing in, and I think there's an out. So tell us a little story about this.
Okay, I'm so passionate about this nation, Nigeria. So this is a political system in this country. You can see there is green, there is white colors. So this is a political structure in this nation. The entrance gate is so small because they love power. So you can see there's a lot of treasure. These are Asorok, different level of power, the president, the governor, and the senate. And you can see the federal house, whatever. So they have a lot of treasure. But they will always fight, kill themselves to enter. But if they do, the exit door is so wide where they will loot. When you look at this thing, it looks so deformed. Because some of the roofs are gone. You may think there's no money in this nation. But if you hear the level of money they loot when they leave government, after you'll be feeling, this money real? One man that will be alive will be stealing 17 trillion, 15 trillion. And you know how many millions to get to a billion, to get to trillion. But you now look at Nigeria as a nation. You're not feeling the impact of the looting. If nothing changes, if they do road for us, we appreciate them. If they don't do, we'll still celebrate them. But there is wealth in this nation. So they won't even allow you to get in. And if you succeed in getting in, you see what is here. And outside, you see, I use black. So they paint this government as if nothing works in the government. We don't have money. We don't have this. Nothing. But you keep seeing level of money. This EFCC people announcing that so and so man steals trillion. Some people steal as big as the whole nation budget. And you keep wondering, is this nation? And one thing about Nigeria, no matter how much they steal, this stuff is still standard. Our map has not deformed. The citizens are still alive.
So I can see some year difference between 2003, 2009. I don't know what.
2013.
2013. So
yes,
why?
I was talking about these are the years we had a lot of political saga. So these are their peak. The peak of looting. You know, this is, I won't call them, but we know. These are their levels. So it was in 2013 till now that was, we now had the highest level of looting. You know, all those. But this nation still survives. And they are creating around Nigeria again that will equally rise with. But one thing I know is that we believe in this nation. No matter how much they do, we will still survive.
All right, so Mr. Agosi Uche, you said a whole lot about art and your passion for Nigeria. You even described some artwork differentiating women then and now. So I want to ask you, what drives you? What influences you? What pushes you to do artworks like this?
Okay, you know, as a young man, I don't like the normal status quo. So I love experimenting. So I now discover that art is like a medium for me to express myself. You can hear that lady that talked about the presidents that are giving capital punishment. But with my art, I can talk and be free because it's real. So, and I believe in future. So sometimes if I see future, I can capture it now. And sometimes I help people establish their vision. You tell me your vision, I can now turn it into an artwork that can help sustain you, like your vision box and this. So as a young man, I want to do things that are beyond, like in my family, nobody has studied arts. There's no artist in my lineage. I'm supposed to be a medical student. I'm supposed to be, yes, I picked art because it's not the normal norm, everybody knows. So when I became an artist, they say, this is a strange course to us, this is a strange subject. I said, don't worry, I'll make you proud. And today, by the grace of God, I was the best artist in the whole Nigeria, 2008, with art. I've traveled abroad with art. I've eaten federal government money, in quotes.
You know, I'm about to ask you that question because I know art is there, but it has not really gotten there. Just the way we have Grammys Award, AMVCA Award, like globally. Do you understand? So I want to know, do artists, like you in particular, do you make money from this?
We don't make money in Nigeria. That's why most of these young artists do everything to leave this country. But you know, I told you I believe in this nation. The last time I did an exhibition with the Japanese artists, they almost adopted me. They said, for you to be a Nigerian, you're doing this level of ceramics. Like, you need to come to a nation.
Does it mean Nigeria do not appreciate artwork?
They don't, even federal government. There is no time you will hear the federal government organize an art auction or celebrate an artist, the like of Ben and Wong, they don't even give them an award, the like of Bruce or Mbrakweya. And sometimes you see most artists either enter into commercial, that now become artisans or crafts. And when you produce an artwork, the normal people will ask you, we've not eaten, doctors to buy an artwork. And you see this chaotic disorder, even people that are building houses, they don't consult an artist. But like as a ceramics, automobile has us to do because we design the cars, like the car plug, those things in that car plug is ceramics. We make it. The windshield is ceramics, it's silicone. It's artists that does those things. But in this nation trying to engage us, like when Innocent was doing, we tried even to get a logo. You know, the appreciation here is so low. And sometimes you see the white men come here, patronize us, carry our treasures and go. But this nation, they don't even organize an art competition. Talk less of. Even the other time I went to my alma mater, I felt like crying. There's no culture we are preserving, no nothing. So artists are on their own. Sometimes you see some artists, they dress rugged. Some of them, you find that becomes like mad people. In quotes, is because the patronage is so low.
So have you ever envisioned having events like this, like globally, just the way we have Grammy, AMPCA, Headies and the likes? Have you ever envisioned it, and what expectations do you want from the government to make art more pronounced and exposed out there in our country?
Yeah, I have, my dear, countless times. You know, sometimes when you travel abroad, you see artists being commissioned by the government to do monumental work. People now come, pay tickets, go around the world. People can move around it. You know, build an artwork that is 20 feet, 200 feet, 500 feet. These are some of the things that inspire me. And I believe that one day, somebody that is sane, that will get to government, some of our roundabout need to be beautified with some of our forgone culture. Like the coal miners need to be captured. You know, people can now go around, have the history embedded on the body of the artwork. People can now go like a tour on that artwork. I made a drawing for that. I made a sketch, 40 feet artwork that can have all these coal miners in it. You didn't see the light of the day. I've gone from one government to another. And I believe one day the right man will be there who will not understand what it takes at the place of art in our society and not patronize. Because even when we are gone, our children will look at our art and remember the history and things are preserved.
I'm really glad to be at your gallery, and I'm really, really impressed with what I've seen, especially the works. Works that tell so much about the challenges we have as a country. Works that say so much about the dream we have as a country. Works that so much about what can be done for the country to move on. I mean, you didn't deliver a speech, but you captured all of it in those works, you know. You talked about the politicians, you talked about the country without a head, we've talked about women, we've talked about Ohaneze. I mean, your work just speaks for itself, and I'm really, really, really impressed. And I want to say that the promise I made to you so many years ago, that I will support and my organization will support art, is coming to fruition. Today we are with you, looking at what you do and how you do it. And I want to reassure you and other artists in ENUGU and all over Nigeria that at Signature TV, we will partner with you. We'll support you, we'll support your work, and we are interested in taking up some of the responsibilities you talked about, responsibilities that government should take. And as I say, yes, government should take up responsibilities to use art as a money spinner, a money earner, foreign exchange earner for our country, by organizing exhibitions, organizing competitions, organizing a coming together of artists, that the individuals and companies should also support government and support the art. Because I've been around the world, and in a lot of places, endowments in the art is done by individuals and, you know, rich companies. So for us at Signature TV, we look forward to growing and being in a comfort zone where we can do the big things that we really want to do. But we'll take the low-hanging fruits like we are doing now. We have designed a program that is specifically for arts. We have designed a program that, talks about the works of artists. And those are small things we are doing, which we hope that as the years go by, will grow even to make it even bigger. So once again, thank you for the opportunity of letting me into your gallery. And I here and now offer you, a hand of friendship, a hand of partnership, that together we can do so much for the art world.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Pleasure. My pleasure. I'm so grateful, sir. I will always put this Sir V. Martin Ilo for being in Kuntash Art Gallery today. Sir, you've been an inspiration to me, I must tell you, because some of these artworks I produce, you inspire them one way or the other. Because when you're at the corridor of power, I see a man with another spirit. You are not contaminated. You are like a catalyst. You are in their midst, but you're not consumed. So, and I've always seen a man with a bigger dream. Like today, I'm so glad that Signature TV has come to pass. This is a dream you had almost 25 years ago. It's not something you cook up yesterday night. And even the name Signature means this is final set of television. You are now putting your signature on it. Even the name is so unique, it's so artistic. It's something that is outstanding. So I am so overwhelmed that you made it to my gallery today. And with these promises you made, sir, I'm giving you my 100% support. Because I didn't know you last year. I've seen you work with individuals. I've seen you work with corporate bodies. I've had your testimonies. I've experienced it. And I know you can never change. Because you're a man of integrity. See how you visited my gallery. You didn't send... just go to the gallery and cover. You came in a person. That means that you value what I'm doing and you value my person. So I am so grateful. And I love what you have been an art collector. If we get to your house, you look like a gallery. You've been patronizing all other artists, helping us to eat, helping us to have shelter, helping us not to get the drugs. Some of us have been tempted to even go into Yahoo or whatever. But when we remember men like you who always come and look at this talent and say, I like what you're doing, I want to patronize you, it keeps us going. The rate of suicidal thoughts in the society, people like you are reducing it. And people are not giving up. So thank you so much. I am ready to partner with Signature TV because something about me is excellent. I have it as a gift. So with you on board, sir, count me in. I'm so grateful working with you.
Thank you.
Thank you
it was
so
a pleasure
much,
coming here today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for watching. I'm sure you had so much fun, and I'm sure you gained a whole lot. I'm sure, yes, we had so much talking about Nigeria, our country, the whole art, the Aso Rock, and of course the one that got me more interested, the woman that transferred from the wife material to the woman with power. And I'm sure that you will see that Mr. Uche Agunze has said a whole lot about our country, Nigeria, and about them not giving artists the opportunity to come out and showcase themselves, making it an art event to go global. So I pray like he prayed that our country and the head will do something about it. Thanks for watching and join us same time.
Welcome to another episode.
Welcome.
On Chatbox. I'm sure you've been enjoying all the episodes with our banters, arguments, conversations.
And if this is your first time watching us, you've missed out on a lot. So
make sure
to go on our social media handles, check out all our discussions and the gist that you missed. Yes.
So far.
Yeah, of course.
I am so expectant about this particular case.
Our guest does not want us to introduce her, but don't worry,
She has introduced herself.
She has introduced herself. We have not even introduced ourselves, so okay, let's introduce ourselves. Okay.
So of course, I'm sure you know me by now.
Yeah, we know you.
It's your baby girl, Queen Network Contact.
Yes, so and well, If you don't know me, I don't know what you're doing with yourself. But anyway. I'm Uche. This fine girl, dark skin, you know. Melanin poppy.
Model. No, what do you want to call her?
Please. Okay, so now to our esteemed, lovely,
yes.
Beautiful, you know, I'm short of words.
Very demure.
Very demure, very
prestige and composure. You can see the way she's seated.
Okay, so introduce yourself. Tell us.
Okay, hi. My name is Lillian. You can call me Coco Mwali.
Coco.
Yes, Coco.
I like that one. I think I like that one.
You like Coco, right?
I like how it sounds. Coco.
You will kill me in this show.
Okay, so tell us what have you been up to? What's been going on with you? Just give us a little tea.
Well, I'm just here and there, business, trying to survive in this country. You know how hard things are. So being an adult is really, really hectic. Nobody prepared me for the stage. Nobody told me. My family did not feel. Nobody told me. So I left my parents' house and I moved out. So now I'm seeing.
You're doing this adulthood for the first time.
For the first time,
and it's crazy, my dear.
You reach our turn, change.
Fortunately,
this our generation.
There are lots of things going on with our generation. It's not only adulthood, because I saw on social media that there were some people that don't have job. I'm sorry. But some people that have time on their hands, they're busy arguing on who they will marry. Whether it's what's that thing again?
A well-made man and a struggling man.
Oh, my dear, thank God I'm not the only one.
It's all the Achalugo. I'm going to marry you. Odogo, please.
Odogo parara.
Is the Odogo, please? Categories. All the Achalugos in the table.
On your wing.
Put your hands together for them. So yes, that brings us to our topic. We'll be talking about who do you want to marry? Is it a made man or a struggling man? Me, I shall know who you're picking right now. I know who you're picking.
Our guest, let's start from our guest. Because
why did you chuckle? Why did you chuckle?
Coco.
I just have a guess.
Coco.
Do you have to pronounce it Coco like that?
Coco looks like someone that likes Odogu Parara. Oh yeah, let's hear. What's your...
Okay, fine. I like Odogu Parara, no doubt. But Odogu Parara that is made with self-esteem, that is hardworking, that is not complacent, that is not demanding, that is not controlling, that could work with
until you go and move that man. I think at this point you have to carve this man by yourself.
No, hold on.
She's rolling out all the qualities. Continue, my sister.
Yes, please. That is the Odogu that I want, actually. But if this Odogu is okay, his wealth is ill-gotten, he's fraudulent, he's a ritualist, I don't even know his source of money, he doesn't respect integrity, he doesn't respect hard work, he doesn't know how wealth is gotten, because most Odogus, their wealth is generational. Do you understand? They were born into it, silver spoon. Then I would say I would prefer a struggling man. A struggling man, yes. Struggling, in quotes, doesn't mean the person will not get to the point where he will be rich.
You know,
I agree with you.
I think that, yes, because a lot of, we also the comments now, everybody wanted the Odogu Parara. But the thing is that I think it's just, it's just hinged on like personal values.
Yeah.
Like what you as a person, as a man or as a woman, or we're doing this here, so I'm just going to like streamline it to like the ladies.
Yeah.
So it's just there for what you as a lady want in your partner, the kind of values you as a person you have, and what you look out for in a partner, whether the person is Odogu Parara and also the plans you have for yourself, because I mean as an individual, you have your own personal plans, and you have like the trajectory that your life, or you see your life going to. So it's all about kind of being with somebody that
both of you are
aligns.
Both of you are speaking English here. My question is, do you want a made man or a struggling man?
That's what we are trying to say.
She said struggling man. Uche, who are you picking?
That's the thing. I'm not picking any part.
No, you have to stay.
No.
I guess we have to pick.
No, wait. Let me explain to you why I said I'm not going to pick.
Okay.
Please, before you will bite my head. Thank you. Now, the thing is like I said, values dependent on who I like. If the person I like that has my values and aligns with my plans for life is an Odogu Parara, my dear, I will move with Vim. But if the Odogu Parara is in no way complimenting me as a person and is the total opposite of everything I want, and I see a struggling man that aligns with everything I want, my dear, I will move in the direction.
But do both of you know that?
So that's why I said
the Odogu Parara that you are looking for, the Odogu that you are looking for, all of them cannot have all these qualities. Any Odogu must have pride. In fact, most Odogus have pride. Most Odogus are selfish.
Most Odogus are controlling.
Most Odogu, this mindset you're talking about, it's not that he's not intelligent, but I understand the mindset you're talking about.
It's how you're supposed to be doing hand for like this.
Okay, sorry. You sat on the fence. So, the most Odogu...
You know I did not choose the Odogu. I said...
No! Wait, I'm coming. So, this Odogu now that we are looking for, it is not possible to get a whole, everything I'm looking. It's not possible. For me,
it's not possible to get the package in anybody. Period.
But when you now see an Odogu,
that is where building comes in.
Which building?
Building with who?
What are you building? Is it
with your Odogu? That's why I said struggling.
What are you building with Odogu?
Let me ask you now. I'm going to be a little bit controversial, right? Okay. So if you struggle finish for your papa house, you go come start again, you struggle.
Now let me ask you a question.
You never answer me.
Okay, no problem.
I don't understand. You that left your father's house. What have you achieved?
Nothing.
Okay, so what
I'm not going to tell you. Wait.
You cannot put yourself up for an Odogu if you have nothing
to offer. You should wait for me.
The reason you should go to your level.
She said
I'm not landing.
She said she wants to land. She wants to land.
When I land, you enter me.
Oh yeah, land.
Land. Those ladies that are born from a very poor family, they don't have the opportunity to go to school, they don't have the opportunity to go for training and what sorts. Do you think they would still want to settle for somebody that would not take them to that height?
Yes, okay, wait, you want to say something?
Okay.
Talk.
Answer me.
Talk.
Women are visionaries. Women have foresight. Women, when they look at you, they know that, this guy he's fine-tuned, but he's not working according to my plans or my future.
Yeah.
When they see a man and you're not giving them attention, you're not looking like my future. Do you think I'll still follow you? No. Okay. You are still at that level. You already know the kind of person you want. The song you are singing should be according to the dance that I'm going to dance.
Exactly my point.
Now, excuse me. I want to say something about this thing you just said now.
Okay.
You see, this thing you said now is one of the problems I have with our agenda. Because at the end of the day, it makes it look like we go into marriage or we go into relationships as a transactional something, or because we are trying to, like, there's this thing they say, men are not loved unconditionally, like, you have to love you for a reason, that kind of thing. That's the angle you're coming from. Because if you say you're from a poor family, and because you're from a poor family, you suddenly don't look out for any other things. You just want to look for a made man that's going to take you out of your poverty. You are just seeing him as a what? Like, you're not seeing him as a partner.
ATM machine.
Exactly, you're not seeing him as
but
a partner.
Do you know that you're not the one in search of that man? You are not searching. You are not the one going to find.
That's what I'm telling you.
He's the one coming.
The angle you're coming from now, saying if he's someone from a poor background, probably has not gone to school. school. If you suffer in your father's house, you still come and suffer again.
What I'm trying to say is,
now, the mindset you're going with when you see somebody, like you have the initial attraction and all of that stuff. Now, if you're coming from that angle, the lady in person is not thinking attraction. She's thinking money. She's thinking poverty escape plan. She's thinking, oh, I have seen backup. I want to leave my father's side. This man has money. Giving me attention. Let me.
But of course, you know that 70% of these ladies that are from poor backgrounds, and a rich man comes to them, they don't even think about this thing you're saying.
That's the problem. That's the problem we are having in our society.
The thing is, you have broken marriages.
That's the problem. They will still run back to their father's house without anything because their husband is taking care of them.
You cannot generalize it that our gender of this generation. So the thing is this here, you cannot generalize it that all the gender in this generation, the female gender in this generation, are fine-tuned to just Odogu. No. But if the Odogu comes to you, and you see that, oh, this person is going to get me to the greater height I want, I'm not saying you're not going to love him. Wait. I'm not saying you're not going to love him. I'm not saying you will. I'm not saying you're not going to love him. I'm not saying you're not going to. There's no way, even if in as much as it's just the money, there's no way you won't see all the red flags of him controlling you, beating you, doing this.
My dear, sometimes the red flag means show because
you're seeing it.
Money.
Wait now, I'm not finished. You're seeing it, right?
Struggling man.
You are seeing it.
What happened to that my cousin in the village that is trying to become
it boils down to
choice. You're even going far to the village. You're even going far to the village.
It boils down
let's
to
talk
choice.
about. Let's talk about. You're even going far to your cousin in the village. In our Nigeria today, where youths are seeing shaky because they cannot even make ends. You don't talk of finding a job, not talk of saving anything. But he's a graduate. He has something he's doing. He's not a made man. He does not have Venza. He does not have Bentley. He does not live in a mansion. He cannot buy you the latest hair or the latest phone. But at least he can do the basic things for himself. He's not made. He's still struggling in the Nigerian context. So are you trying to now tell me that he does not have any? Anyway, before I continue with that, make sure to follow our social media. Make sure to engage in this conversation because as you can see, it is very heated. We would like to hear what you have to say. Drop your comments down on the social media handles showing right now on your screen. Now
so
back to
you
you,
question, right?
Yes. So make me understand.
I said, it boils down to choice. It is choice.
It boils down to choice, but the way you are saying it as if
you must be agree with Odogu.
The person that
no.
Like the Odogu is your ticket out of poverty.
No. I did not say so. I did not say Odogu is a ticket to end poverty. I gave an example of a girl that is from a poor family, and I did not generalize it to all ladies. I didn't generalize it to all ladies. I said a lady from a poor family that an Odogu came to marry. Are you saying she would consider, oh, this struggling man?
Excuse me,
are you picking the Odogu?
Are you done? Can I give you a scenario?
Okay. If you put yourself in that girl's shoes,
which girl?
The poor girl from the poor family.
That's what I'm telling you now.
So you will pick the struggling man.
The marriage is not a marriage of love; it's a marriage of convenience.
The thing is that you're going to pick the struggling man.
Excuse, can I
give you a
I am not a poor. I'm not from the poor.
I said put yourself in her shoes.
So I'm sorry.
Who would you pick? I
cannot put myself in her shoes.
Okay, you don't want to put yourself
because I'm not in her situation, so I'm not in the best
Let's
place.
be factual now.
I am trying to be factual right now.
Trying to be factual.
You don't see
talk. Let me give you a scenario where they bring an Odogu, already made Odogu. You don't know his background. You don't know his source of wealth. You don't know. Okay, let's give an example that he just came in. Abroad.
All this away.
I just got back. That's what they call them. I just got back and I just want to marry. Okay, and then they bring him. I'm giving an instance based on your village girl story. Then they bring him, and this particular village girl has somebody she has been struggling with. And baby, you're going to make it in the name of Jesus. As you're going to this work or this meeting, you will get this contract. We will do better. Okay, they already have an outline plan. They already have their target. They already have what they want to achieve.
It's not as if it's in abject poverty.
Exactly.
He has small change.
Struggling. No, let me finish, please. Let me finish.
Okay.
Struggling man. And then everything is in plan. Then they bring this A Odogu, they bring this B Odogu. And they bring this struggling man
guy,
and then you want to tell me that, let me put myself in the shoe of that village girl like you're talking about. You want to tell me that I will leave my man that I have built so much with.
It happens.
Yes, it happens.
It doesn't make you right.
Me, I say it's height of stupidity that you would not go and dress.
Let me tell you something.
No, I can't finish my story.
Odogu, I pity you. Excuse me, I pity you.
Why?
I do from the depth of my heart.
Why?
I pity you that want to follow Odogu because of his money or whatever. Because the day he will talk 1 and you talk 10, that day
it's over.
It's over for you.
Wait, are you trying to say that all Odogu are those
he
ones
tells you, I'm sorry,
really
but let me.
Are you saying all Odogu hits?
I'm not saying all, but I'm just saying that in a situation whereby he is your sole provider or the person that is primarily taking care of you,
destiny and your
family. You actually do not.
Thank you for that
word. You see that word? It gives it pay like.
Why is it
penny? It used to scratch. Because what the hell do you mean?
Now when you answer you for that,
but wait, excuse me. Let me finish what I want to say first.
Okay. We'll come back to your struggling.
Now,
but this thing is
that the thing is that Diodogu, if he's your primary, like let's use that your village girl now. Him being her primary provider,
end of poverty, call it
her parents and her family members. My dear, your family cannot say anything against him. Even if he's doing something bad.
Why would they say anything against him?
No, now tell me what are you people doing? A relationship whereby if he tell you it's his house, were you there when I was building it? Who are you to tell me what to do with my money? Who are you to say what
do you have to offer?
What will you bring
to the table?
Oh, my lip gloss, my scrunchies, my hairband, a lot of things to bring to the table. I don't understand.
You are there to eat money, trophy wife.
No, I'm not a trophy wife actually.
I pity you.
I'm not a trophy wife.
That's why most women are land in the hospital.
This is the kind of man that will tell you. This is the kind of man that will tell you, baby, this is your work. My achalugu.
No. We don't want to go into that particular topic. I don't want to go into that one. We are coming to that one. See, I'm going to answer you for your struggling man, my dear love. Can you name?
My dad, you know when a mother is trying to like tell her child, just come.
Yes.
My darling, let me tell you.
Can you give me 3 scenarios, especially celebrities, that struggled with their man and how it ended? If you don't know, I'll tell you.
I know. Should we also give you the ones that struggle with their man and they're still together?
Yes, please. Yes.
Olu Jacobs and what's that her name? What's that?
I don't even know her name.
Oh, but you know the lady I'm talking about?
Yes.
Joke Silva. I mean Joke Silva. I've been away. Maybe they struggle. Maybe now 2 of them start this together. Okay, bring your
Let me
one.
give you another example.
Let's do what?
Let me give you another
example. Let's do bar for bar.
Okay,
bar for bar.
A popular person. Christian wise.
Yes.
Christian wise.
Yes.
His name is Pastor Jerry Eze. Do you know about NSCPVP? You know him, right? Do you know where this man started? He said it was one room. That's where he started praying. And at that point, the wife is from a very rich background. This lady chose him.
This lady
saw the future in him.
And his wife, bar for bar. We are giving you 3.
That's where you started. You want to tell me?
There's this.
Baby girl, we are giving her 3.
3. I will 2 faces Ibia and his girl. Yule Doche and the wife. Is it Paul Okoye Abi Peter Okoye?
Those ones, they do not build anything. Paul Okoye.
I don't understand. They say they don't build anything.
They don't build.
They didn't build.
Oh
Pick
my
up,
God.
action.
They did not build, my sister.
They did not build anything.
This square was already
She
there
just said
before she
Annie
got
did that.
married. What do you mean?
We are talking about from relationship. Because these people, even you, Ledoche,
P-Square was already P-Square. They had already released Do Me that year. They don't already blow
but
before
he had
they
a
got
girlfriend.
married.
He had a girlfriend.
Is it the girl he was dating that she married?
And you want techno, you know?
You know be her. You know be she.
She won't give us background though. Why you techno?
You know be
because when you say techno,
don't be she.
You know be toxic, no
Don't be she. Now then, Two-Face own.
You know
Two-Face
be toxic, no
and
be
Annie
she because
they don't
they be
struggle
selling
anything.
it. They don't struggle.
Two-Face and Annie no struggle anything. Now Annie go chook her head for inside. They no
She
struggle.
don't agree. Wow.
Yes.
You say Two-Face and Annie no struggle.
They no struggle.
Point picked. I will tell you say they struggle.
Okay.
Oh yeah, tell us. Because when Two-Face just started, he never blew. He never blew. He was still 20-something years old or thereabouts. He never blew. And Annie was with him when he just started music, and he was like, oh, this thing is getting to somewhere, and they were in a relationship till he got to where he is, which landed them into where she doesn't have any other choice. But
it's not as a result of their struggling together. That one is
I'm not saying we're not talking about the cause of the divorce.
Okay,
anyway, we are talking about people that struggled and got
Two-Face was not an Odogu at the time.
Exactly. He wasn't.
And
he wasn't made.
We're talking about struggling men and
made men.
Yes.
And I'm not even that have struggled.
Two-Face was a struggling man.
Was Two-Face.
And Annie saw the potential. Did he or did he not reach the potential?
No. You don't understand the question. I asked them that have struggled and it ended.
Now, can I give you another example? Excuse me, can I give you another example? I am from Ebonyi State, and the current governor of Ebonyi State is Francis Wifu. This man started as a bricklayer. At that point, I think he was dating the wife at that point. The lady he was supposed to marry refused. He at that point, he didn't go to school. He wanted to marry. He didn't go to school. Then this other girl agreed and said, okay, we're going to do life together. We can do this. We can push. And then he started going to school. He kept on pushing from there, councillor from councillor to honorable from this. Right now, he is the current governor of Ebonyi State, still sitting. The story, online, I was shocked from grassroots. They built up to that level. This is my type of Odogu. This particular Odogu will not tell me, shut up. Sit down here. This particular Odogu will not slap me.
You cannot be 100%
Let me finish, girl. Let me finish.
If you tell me shut up, you tell him to shut up back.
Some men are narcissistic. They are narcissistic. They are narcissistic.
Shut up.
You tell him to shut up back because not so often I struggle for the money.
You know where we start from?
Do you understand? As opposed to an Odogu that is well made and you are his dependent and he will tell you what to do and you cannot say anything because I mean.
This is teamwork.
But that doesn't mean if he tell you to shut up, you see now come and tell him to shut up.
No, get my point.
I don't understand.
If there's no way you tell your husband to shut, he will tell you to shut up.
That one is true. That one is true.
You understand what I'm trying to say?
People have misunderstandings. What she's trying to say is that that man will not have
will not tell you to shun you like that. And if he shuns you, you too can also on your own do what you want to do and keep you moving.
Yes, no. This is partnership. Me, I'm saying I prefer partnership. I prefer growth. Do you understand? I'm not rather than a man that will come and beat me and tomorrow everybody will not be singing, oh yeah, I don't know that
See, you guys are boiling this thing down to just one particular thing, which is the domestic violence and
no.
It's not just domestic violence.
Forgetting that even that man, when he makes money, can also change and turn to all these things that you're talking about.
That's the thing. There are no rules to this.
But you guys are putting it in one bone of contention that he will tell you to shut up and you will not shut up. He will beat you to send you to your father's house. As if it can still happen to someone that will tell you, I don't deal with girls of the standard any longer.
Like I said when I started, in case you all have forgotten, I said it all boils down to you as a person and your values and where you see yourself.
I mean, it all boils down to choice.
And if you want, it's all is choice. Your values and what you want is choice, like semantics. You're saying what you say. what I just said. But at the same time, like I said, the problem lies in when you decide to go out of what you believe as a person because of one thing or the other. That is what's causing this argument now.
Believe as a person as how?
Like I said, you live your values, your choices, your life goals. Instead of finding someone that aligns with it, you are going after somebody because of what they have or what they do not have.
Also forget that there are also odogus that are in line with your values. Your
and I said, if you ask me,
you don't know what is inside the dice until you roll it and you see it. You don't know what's in it.
You're not listening to me.
That is why grassroots is important. Foundation is important.
I said when I started, if an struggling man has what I want, I will follow him with vim. That was what I said when I started.
But if he doesn't,
and he's the struggling man that has what I want, I will follow him.
Oh, I thought you guys actually concluded.
Struggling
doesn't mean poor. With a struggling
no,
man.
I see.
That's what she concluded.
Struggling
I think
permanently poor.
I think the thing with made men is that most ladies would want to go for them because they offer some sense of security. They come with some kind of security and some kind of comfort. Like you have like a soft landing, you have something to like, or someone to like fall back on.
That's true.
In a situation whereby maybe money is tight or like things are difficult and at the same time. But also, I think that regardless of what you choose, whether you choose a self-made man or you choose a struggling person, it all boils down to your long-term vision and what you see for yourself. The connection you people have emotionally, like just...
There should be a balance. There should be an understanding.
Yeah.
So, yes, what are your final words?
So, there is a passage of the Bible that I want to read for everybody. That's Ecclesiastes 3:1. It says there is a time for everything and a season for every activity under the heavens. So what I'm trying to say is that struggles are temporary.
Yeah.
Do you understand? So success can happen to anyone at any time.
Yeah.
You know my Beck Niger brothers. No be success, no be struggling man. One day 20 million, 50 million.
Yeah.
You know my people pushing barrow. Those men, white collar job men, career pushing, this project, I must pitch this project. Before you know, that person will pick up. Length. Is he a Yahoo boy? Is he a ritualist? You just want to jump in and start enjoying?
Yeah.
I'm of the opinion that we can build an empire together. We can do something with our future if we plan.
Yeah.
And work
For me, my last word is, what is your own definition of an odogu?
And a struggling man. Yeah.
Is it that man that comes through for you no matter how little? Because it's not the ones that send you millions. Somebody can be sending you 50,000 naira, can be your odogu. Somebody can be protecting you, can be your odogu. It is your own definition of odogu. Odogu is an odogu, the way you place him.
Yeah.
So that's my own final.
Yeah, good talk, great chat.
Yeah.
Lovely, lovely. Thank you, Coco.
Thank you.
Christian Moda.
Amen. All right, thank you guys for watching. Thank you for sticking with us all
next
through.
episode.
Yeah, bye.
Welcome back and thank you for staying true with us up until this hour. Chat box just finished and we're talking about if you want a made man or a struggling man. I don't know. All I will say is be careful what you wish for. I don't know about Ngozika. Ngozika, would you like a struggling man or a made man?
I would want a growing man.
Okay. Progress, where there's progress.
Yes.
Exactly. Like I said, be careful what you wish for. And that was all we have from chat box and the overview of all we had for today. Don't forget to follow us on all the social media platforms. We are always live on YouTube and we are live on SLTV channels 265. My name is Quinsley Rowland.
And I am Ngozika Mba. Let's do this again tomorrow on Signature TV.
artificial intelligence actually help us to imbue a program, either a program, a project in form of technology that will help us achieve success, become more efficient in any of our operation, whether in farm, because I noticed there's a kind of an AI instrument that I noticed I watched in a video where you see that AI is being used in collaboration with technology, solar technology, to scare off animals that normally attack the farm. You know, it will blow bugle, make different sound, you know, even release a gunshot sound, and but these are not real gunshots. But when maybe a monkey or that attack maize, that harvest maize and all that came to that very farm, you will censor that very monkey and begin to make those or birds are perching on the crops, so it will sense them and begin to make those sound, and they will scare them away and they will never come to those farms. It's also goes a way to show that AI and technology is a hallmark of our development. It's very going to enhance our development, but the only caution is that we need as well to protect the human race, protect the human privacy, protect, you know, while we are implementing the AI and technology in any spheres of life. So if we must grow, we must go with technology, we must go with AI. That's the current thing about it there.
Artificial intelligence, it's come to stay, right? Whether you like it or not, it's really helping drive a lot of sectors, technology, medicine, you know, agriculture, and all that. So it's something that has come to stay. And the only reservation that we have about it is that it's going to take a lot of valid jobs from humans, right? And I think that's the only concern. But you wouldn't compare the benefits, right? Because globally, AI drives the economy. It drives virtually everything that we do, and so it's a win. You know, it's a global win.
Yeah, when I was in school, sourcing was not in our own tongue. So we don't have it, anything like AI, we don't have it there. We use books, we go to library, you make research. So then there's nothing like AI. You have negative balance in some individuals because sometimes students, especially students, they don't really think again. They just type in whatever they want to get. They just get the answer without stressing their brain. So for me, AI is not good for these recent children.
AI is good. It will make you not to be going around, going to library, searching for, as in looking for research. Immediately you open your phone, you will see everything. So for me, it's okay. I'm in secondary school. Anytime they told you to research for any subject, you'll be going around looking for where to get it. But now you open your phone and everything will be open. So I'm happy. It's good for me.
Actually, I've not used AI before, but according to people that are using it, they say it's good for them, for students. But from my own perspective, I would say AI is making the students to be lazy because they think that that is the easy way of as in, of researching questions, some question in internet. But for me, it's making them to be lazy instead of them cracking their brain, thinking, as in making their brain to work. They will find the easier way, which is the AI, to answer the question for them, which is not good.
to the 12th of May 2025. It's a new week and of course another Monday. I'm sure you enjoyed your weekend. Even if you did not go anywhere, social media was giving you the fun that you deserve. You know, you were in the spirit with some of the things that happened during the weekend. So this is E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. I'm your baby girl, Queenette Wokunta. We'll be doing the show together today. I have two very, very interesting guests that I'll be having a conversation with. One person will be having a conversation with him prior to the highlights of what happened during the AMVCA. And the second guest is a script writer. We'll be having a conversation with him concerning script writing behind the scene and behind the script. But before that, we'll do a run through of some stories that trended during the weekend, even this morning. So let's delve into those stories. Veteran Nigerian music producer and executive Olumide Ogunede, popularly known as ID Kabasa, has publicly challenged claims made by Senegalese American Henry. In a recent interview with American talk show host Sherry Shepherd, Akon positioned himself as a major influence in the global emergence of Afrobeats, asserting that his collaboration with Nigerian artists in the late 2000s were pivotal to the genre's rise. He cited signing Wizkid as the first Nigerian artist on his label and collaborating with Banky W as evidence of his early involvement. Now, responding during an appearance on Wazobia FM, ID Kabasa criticized Akon's narrative, stating that while the singer did partner with Nigerian artists during the genre formative years, that alone does not warrant credit for its creation. Akon contributed to the visibility of Afrobeat at a certain point, Kabasa said, but the genre was already evolving with foundational work from artists like Two-Face, Nice, and Timaya long before Akon's involvement. He also addressed Akon's assertion that he signed and developed Wizkid, clarifying that it was Banky W who discovered Wizkid and brought him to prominence through Empire Meets Entertainment, EME, which later entered into a partnership with Akon's Convict Music. ID Kabasa emphasized the importance of accurately representing the genre's origins, which are deeply rooted in West African musical tradition and driven by the innovation of local artists and producers. Now, we had this conversation. No, I actually brought the story up last week. That was earlier last week when Akon was giving credit to himself because, of course, we've not heard music or Akon has not really dropped a hit music for a long period of time now. So he was in an interview and was asked some questions, and he had to say he had to bring Afrobeat to the point it is now, especially when it comes to Nigerian artists. And he made mention of Banky W, Wizkid, and the likes, So ID came out to clarify the fact that you can't say that it was because of you that Afrobeat got to the level it is. Because even before you started collaborating with some of these artists like P-Square and the likes, Nigerian music was already going global because we had the likes of Two-Face, Timaya, Banky W, Nice, name them, so many, numerous to mention. So I think his problem is you taking the glory. He had to pinpoint the fact that you just collaborated with them. You just worked with them. And again, it might be some sort of conversation we had with these people you collaborated with. Maybe they came up and tell you that they are one of the big boys in the music industry and stuff like that. This is comments he made with his mouth. So he is clarifying the fact that Akon is not the person that made Afrobeats to get to where it is now. What do I mean by that? Those artists that he collaborated with, they are not the artists that made Afrobeats or Nigerian music to go global, because we already have genres, Timaya, name them, so many of them that don't do too much in music anymore, because we have younger ones coming up to meet up to that standard. But Akon is not the one that did that. We know Akon collaborated with so many music artists. He did a whole lot of collaboration, and the fact that he wasn't in Nigeria and he's a Senegalese, so it made it look like because of him, Afrobeats or Nigerian music got to the point that it is right now. Let's move forward. So veteran Nollywood actress Chioma Chukwuka Apota was overcome with emotion after being announced as the winner of the Best Lead Actress Award at the 11th African Magic Viewers' Choice Award (AMVCA) for her role in the film Seven Doors. Chioma's performance beat out strong competitions from a talented field of nominees, including Bubemi Ejeye, Farmer's Bride, Uzamaka Onoha, Agemo, Uche Montana, Thin Line, Uzamaka Enuona, Phoenix Fury, Hilda Dakobo, Wives on Strike 3, and Bimbo Ademoye and Nikolapo, Rise of the Spectre. Though she was not physically present at the awards ceremony, Chioma shared a tearful and heartfelt reaction in a video posted to Instagram, where she thanked her fans and the AMVCA organizers for the recognition. In her absence, Seven Doors producers and co-director Femi Adebayo accepted the award on her behalf. The critically acclaimed Seven Door emerged as one of the 9 standout winners, taking home 3 awards in addition to Chioma's win. Femi Adebayo won Best Lead Actor and Tolu Obanro took home the award for Best Score Music. Now directed by Adebayo alongside Adebayo Tijani and Tokbe Adebayo, Seven Doors follows a gripping tale of King Adedunjoye, a reluctant monarch whose reign is overshadowed by a haunting generational curse. So I was surprised that very night when, you know, after the show you got to see that Chioma Akpota came or posted a video where she was crying, you know, because I noticed she didn't attend the event. She didn't receive her award. But few minutes after that, a video is already dropped on social media that she was, you know, crying, being so thankful and so surprised. Fun fact is this: I knew that she was going to win that award. Let's not deny the fact that that nomination was heated. The competition was strong. In fact, the names of the actresses that she was competing with are good actresses. In fact, the movies are good movies. So I just felt in my spirit that Choma Chukwuka stand the chance of winning this, because this movie in particular got the viral view and the viral conversation on cinema and of course on social media, and she played a very pivotal role. Every other actress played a pivotal role, but you know, so people would say, why didn't they give the award to Hilda Dakobo? You know, House on Strike season 3. Why didn't they give it to Uche Montana? There are so many. There are so many, but we are not the judges. And this thing works according to votes. All right, this thing works according to votes. So Chioma Akpota Chukwuka was one person that in my spirit I knew would get that award. She gave the whole supportive wife, the emotional part, mother, and you know, everything that has to do with that movie. And if you come to think of it, she's not even a Yoruba woman, but she had to act as a Yoruba queen in that movie. I don't want to start going into details about that particular movie because I'm sure most of us have seen it, but I'm giving this analysis because most people would say the award would have been given to somebody else and not her. But let's give flowers to who flowers is due. And you know, glory to who glory is due. She deserves it. She has been a wonderful actress for a very, very long time. So this one is not supposed to bite any of us. Let's move over to the foreign scene. Now, documenting the war in Gaza, photos taken by Palestine photojournalists were displayed in an exhibition in the Siaro as part of Siaro Photo Week. The exhibition included working by 10 Gaza photographers who told stories related to displacement, hunger, life, and death through their lenses. The participating photographers are all recipients of the 2024 round of the Photo Humanity Grant, and their work will be included in a photo book and displayed in exhibitions around the world. The Photo Humanity Grant aims to support photographers to use their profession to highlight different aspects of human life and foster empathy, understanding, and awareness among people, according to its website. This exhibition is part of the 4th edition of Cairo Photo Week, which runs in downtown Cairo from May 8th to May 18th. The Israel-Hamas war began on October 7, 2023, when Hamas killed 1,200 people and took 251 hostage, according to Israeli tallies. Israel's campaign has killed more than 52,000 Palestinians, mostly civilians, according to Hamas-run health authorities, and reduced much of Gaza to ruins. Let's take a look at that.
One of the most important photographic projects that won with us is a project named Portrait Jafra, which portrays Palestinian women inside Gaza, showing the steadfastness of women inside Gaza who support their families and all of their children. So, the photographer chose to show the steadfastness of Palestinian women through portraits of a selected group of women. We have a portrait of the teacher, a portrait of the artist, and a portrait of a grandmother who is 82 years old, older than the age of the Zionist entity, Israel. When we started the Photo Humanity Grant and dedicated it to Gaza, we faced difficulties. The difficulty of the internet, access, the difficulty of communicating with photographers inside Gaza, and also the difficulty of reaching most of the photographers who extend geographically from the north of Gaza to its south. I remember one of the situations that I will never forget. During the strikes, the north of Gaza was isolated from its center, so one of the photojournalists suggested going with his bike to the north of Gaza to tell the photographers there to participate with us in the grant. Thank God, we were able to cover a large number of photographers inside Gaza, and they participated with us.
Powerful situations that make you remember your family. I could be in the same place. The media message in Gaza is truly one of the most difficult messages I have experienced in 25 years of work.
Alright, that's all I have for you in the news segment this hour. We're going to a very, very short break and I will reveal my first guest to you. So stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. You're still watching E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. Live here in the studio with me is Prosper Chukwuemeka, who is a script writer or a screenwriter. He's going to give us the difference between that actually. And we'll be talking about behind the script, stories that stick. So, thanks for joining us, Prosper Chukwuemeka.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. How do you feel?
I feel good.
You say you're sounding very quiet and...
No, I'm okay, I'm okay. This is my first time of coming to Signature TV and I feel so delighted and honored to be here.
Pleasure. It's a pleasure. So, the first question I'll ask you is, what does the phrase "stories that stick" mean to you?
All right. When you talk about a story that sticks, you know, if you are conversant with home movies, there are films you will watch. After watching it, 3 years, 5 or 10 years, or 3, 4, 5 years, no matter the case may be, you will still find that film interesting. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay, for instance, this movie that is trending nowadays, what's the name? Love in Every Word.
Yeah.
By Omoni Oboli that
Yeah.
produced. Yeah. Now you see that movie, that particular movie. Do you know why it went viral?
Why?
Because it favors you women, your gender. and the story there is so captivating. It's so awesome. So such stories are the ones you would like to review.
Like watch over and over again.
And over. So you keep on watching them. Some people will come. I was reading the comments on the this thing, the YouTube, and then someone said, I watched this film more than 10 times.
So are you saying that it is the storyline, which is the script that was written? Because there are sometimes that there are movies that you would see, the name is not in line with what is being displayed.
Yes.
You do understand me?
Okay.
So who are we to blame? Is it the script writer or screenwriter? I'm coming to that question.
Okay.
Is it the script writer or screenwriter, or do we blame the directors?
Well, every film is director's film.
Okay.
Every film is director's film. Then in this case now, I have seen good scripts and they messed it up.
Who makes it up, the actors or the director?
Like I said, every film is director's
So
film.
it's the director that
You
messed it
understand?
up.
Exactly.
Okay.
You understand? Now, some directors doesn't know their onions, and they don't know the do's and don'ts of scripts. You understand? You might have a good script, but the interpretation will be so bad.
Okay.
You might have a bad script, but the interpretation there will be awesome. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now, when you see a script is just a skeletal sketch, just something that doesn't have flesh.
Yeah.
You understand? But the ones we are watching on the screen has flesh. So the script on its own is just in a skeletal form. It is the duty of the director and the actors, the artists there, to add one thing or the other. You understand?
Yeah.
To spice it up, the actions and everything, to spice it up. But once you see, there are some scripts, like I said, that are totally out of line, messed up. Give it to a particular director, and once the film comes out, you will be you'll be amazed. You say, wow, Jesus. You understand? Just like I love this legend, Chifunkemowo,
Yeah.
Osofia. Now give Osofia scripts. Forget about what he's going to do to that script.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah.
So these are stories that sticks. You understand? When you write good stories, look for people that are good.
Okay, so
especially the directors.
sorry, let me cut you short there. Have you ever felt not disappointed, some sort of way, when you know what exactly you wrote for this particular character?
Okay.
It seems you know where I'm going to.
Yeah.
You know what you wrote for this particular character.
Okay.
And you know the words
Yeah.
there. But this character is saying something totally different from what you
From
wrote.
what you wrote.
Yes. Do you feel some sort of way? Does it make you feel bad or something?
Well, like I said, every film is director's film.
Why are you not taking? Why are you not taking?
Now, in this question now, in this aspect now, I have experienced a lot in this industry, and I have experienced this thing you just asked now. You might just like I said, you bring a good script, but they just mess it up. It depends on who handles it, the project. You understand?
Yeah.
But this particular one now, you write very well, and then when you are watching it on the screen, it will be a different thing altogether. You as a human being, you will feel bad, you will feel sad, and to me, I would just feel I have wasted my time and energy.
energy.
You understand? So that is it. But We keep on pushing, no matter what, no matter the discouragements and the hurdles, but God is faithful.
That's good. So I'm going to ask you something very, very personal.
Okay.
You always have this writer's block, right? How does it feel? How does it come? Like,
well, we are human beings, and we all have experiences different ways. You understand? My experience and yours might not be the same thing. Now, writer's block is a situation whereby you yourself, you will be totally out of inspiration. You will lack inspiration. You will lack words. It happens in an exam hall. You might forget your name.
or how to spell
yeah, or how to spell is. You understand?
Yeah.
You just say, hey, I beg, please, can you spell this? Can you spell that for me?
Yeah.
But on a norms, these are the words you can just close your eye and.
Right.
You understand? Now, during writing, I do experience writer's block. Okay. Now, for instance, I have other things I'm doing. Okay. Now, there are these projects I am working on, I'm writing. Do you know that that project, for years, I have not been able to finish that project?
For years?
Yes.
Is it a movie?
It can happen.
For years?
Yeah. And it's an epic.
I thought writer's block, sorry. I thought writer's block is, oh, something just came to your head, like you just got an inspiration, and you just pick your paper and your laptop and that's what I thought.
Okay. No, I just explained something to you.
Yeah.
Okay. That writer's block is a situation, a scenario whereby you will forget everything. You will lack inspiration. You will lack everything. It's going to be as if they formatted
your brain. Wow.
Just like amnesia, they formatted your brain. You won't even, what am I doing? What am I doing? So these are challenges. You understand? Like I just told you now, I have this one I've been working on for years, and I am yet to finish it. You understand?
Your memory.
You understand? And only the title alone is going to amaze you, even the deity.
So is it the title that is giving you the writer's block? Is it the title that is making you lack words?
Okay, anything can cause somebody to have a writer's block. Okay, now like this particular film, this project I just told you now, right? Even the deity. Now that even the deity, see, most films that sticks, go and check behind the scene what the writers pass through.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? Now, that my project that I'm still working on, even the date, only the name alone will tell you that this is not an ordinary. It happens to me, especially when I want to expose some things.
Okay.
You understand? Spiritually, it happens.
Okay.
My laptop spoiled for years till now. I've not been able to repair that laptop.
So that means it's your laptop that is stopping it.
You understand?
Yeah.
No, it's not my laptop.
Okay.
It's the writer's block. Whenever I want to, I'll just forget everything. Before you know it, okay, hey, I remember something. Before you know it, one thing or the other will happen. You understand? So writer's block can occur for moments, just a couple of minutes, or even years.
Okay.
It will take you years, moments, months, minutes. So it depends. But it depends on the projects you're working on.
Who's your biggest inspiration?
In the world of writing or filmmaking.
Both.
Both.
Because you're into screenwriting, right?
Yeah, okay. My inspiration, well,
How come you're thinking about your
inspiration? I don't want to mention names here, but
please do.
I love people that write very, very well. You know, I love filmmakers. There are filmmakers I love their stories and their storylines, everything. Now, like me, I'm venturing into filmmaking and everything. I love Uche Mbonabo.
Are you serious? Why are you mentioning the name like you're scared?
I love Uche Mbonabo. No, I'm not scared of anything. I love Uche Mbonabo.
Okay.
Now, I love his writers.
Okay, his writers.
Yes.
Because he's not the one that writes.
Yes. But at times he'll just bring up stories, the synopsis, and then so he's my inspiration. I love Uche Mbunabo. If you watch, I'm sorry to say this, but if you watch Uche Mbunabo's YouTube and Omoni Oboli, you love the two. But go and watch others. You see the difference is clear.
Sure.
That is where you get this thing you just asked me. If you write A, they will come and do B, something like that.
Yeah.
But Uche Mbunabo's movies are top notch. Awesome. So I derive my inspiration from him. I love him. I love how he packages his stuff.
Stories.
Yeah, you understand. So I just love him.
Okay.
And he's from my state.
Oh, that's number one.
Anambra State.
That's number one reason that you're not telling us. So let me ask you one more question. Okay. We have just a few minutes left. What are the key elements that makes a story unforgettable? Because you said directors are the owners of the movie, and they call the shorts.
Yeah, they call the shorts.
So what are the key elements that makes a story unforgettable?
Well, there are things that make scripts or movies unforgettable. There are particular scenes that will make people to be visiting that movie over and over again.
Okay.
You understand?
Yeah.
Like drama, action. When you have dramatic scene,
yeah,
or action, or tragedy, anything, it depends on the audience you are passing the message across to. You understand? So now when you have those elements, especially when it comes to love, you understand?
Yeah.
Now inside the story of love, you have drama, you have deceit, you have betrayals, and so on and so forth. So all these things combined together make stories to be thick, and they stick to the test of times.
Okay. He has given us his 2 cents, and I had so much fun with you, Chukwemeka Prosper, honestly.
You.
I enjoyed the whole insight you gave in most of this story. Funnily enough, all the questions I asked you are not even inside this place. But it was interesting and wonderful to have this conversation with you. So enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. Thank you. God bless you.
Amen. We'll go on a very, very short break, and I'll review my next guest to you after that. So stay with us. All right, welcome back. You're still watching E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. Right here, right now, I'm here with Franklin Sochimachuku. And of course, AMVCA happened during the weekend. On Friday was the cultural day, and on Saturday was the award itself. Yes. It was quite an interesting one. And Franklin here is a fashion designer. You would agree with me that the AMVCA people, actors, directors, producers, call them content creators, wowed us with their outfits. And of course, awards was given to whom it is due. All right. So we'll be giving highlights of AMVCA in the next 15 to 20 minutes, and I'll be doing that with this humble young man sitting at my left-hand side. So thanks for coming, Franklin. Why are you blushing?
I'm just happy to be here.
It's a
very,
pleasure.
very happy to be here.
It's a pleasure. So walk us through, AMVCA, is it one of your best awards? Because a whole lot of award has happened though.
Yeah, a lot of award has happened like this year already. I think AMVCA is the one that all Africa have, like Africans are waiting for. Yeah. Like what will our favorite celebrities wear? Yeah. Well, who will win the best actor? Who will win the best supporting actor, best actress, producer, best supporting, director, best director? Yeah. So it's just the award that all of us have been waiting for. We know, we watch the movies, and we are just waiting for the award.
Is it your favorite though?
Huh? Yes, AMVCA is my favorite award.
High five. We're in this together.
Yes.
So it's actually my favorite too, right? So what do you think about the cultural night? Did you think they did much for the culture? Because for me, I didn't see so much on the cultural night. I didn't really follow it live, but like on social media, there's not much drama. There was, I don't, it's just the outfit that gave that whole vibe and energy that, there's something to look out for these, their outfits, their, makeup, the whole entrance, red carpet, and the likes. But when it comes to, maybe I didn't see much, quote me, I needed to see some cultural displays, not dancing, cultural display and all. So talk us through.
The cultural nights, Friday night was good. But it wasn't what we are expecting. We are expecting more from the celebrities. They tried their best with what they were putting on, and then with the sponsors, they really tried their best. But we were expecting more than what we got on Friday. That's just it. But did they try? But the winner of the best, they gave Nico Rose the best.
That's another problem I have.
Yeah, I also have a problem with that.
Okay. I think we all like mine with this.
I also have a problem with that.
Come?
Yes.
They were better dressed people.
Yes, they were better people. Why give it to Nico Rose? Yes.
No, I love Nico Rose.
Yeah, same here. I love Nico Rose.
But the fact that she won best dress for culture, how? The outfit is not giving.
Yeah,
I'm not seeing the shower. I'm not seeing Ashoke. I'm not seeing Steve material. I'm not seeing it's giving.
It's just there.
She said she tagged it Yoruba bride, Yoruba whatever. I don't know. I think the style or something.
Yes.
But winning the best dress is what I don't understand. Yeah. I did some certain things they're not telling us in this that we don't know. Maybe that's another story for another day. Yeah. Right. But what about the person that won the best dress for male?
Like Prince and Warren, Prince outfit was good, but not good. Like if I was the judge, I wouldn't give him the best dressed male because Femi, Femi that went for Big Brother.
Yeah.
So I think he was
There's
the better.
Many of them.
He was the better dressed male. Yes. But everybody was saying it. He is the better dressed male. But I don't know, I think why they gave it to him was maybe because of the situation that happened last year. Maybe they want to,
What situation happened?
He dressed very well last year and he ended up not winning the award, and they gave it to
so
Neo.
It's more like to favor
I
him.
think it's just
Really?
Yeah, I don't know. What can I say?
Yeah, you have your opinion, so it's possible that could be the reason, because yes, he represented the Do tribe. Quite interesting, very important, nice and all. But is he supposed to win the best dress for me? 7%. He tried.
No, he tried.
7%.
Like but when you want to talk about best dressed male outfit, look at Femi.
But it's not
look
only
at
Femi.
Saga.
One other person.
Look at Saga. Look at Stan there. Look at
no.
Let's not go there. But this is a regular outfit that we see every year. That's why I don't like the fact that Nicholas won this award. Okay. This is a regular style that we see every year.
So you
give us
needed
something new.
Wow.
Something new, like give us something new. Give us
so
something
who would you have given the award to for best dressed in the cultural day?
I'll give it to Femi.
No, for female.
Oh, for female, I will give it to Uriel.
Why?
Her outfit is just so amazing. Like, I'm lost of words right now because the outfit was very good.
For me, it's Achalugo.
Good. And Bam Bam was dressing very well.
Yeah,
like,
she gave the Ghana whole vibe.
Bam Bam is she's not looking bad at all. Like, but for Nicholas, no, it's not like
it's not giving. Okay, let's go back to the award itself.
Yes.
Like you were saying something about Chioma Chukwuka. You are happy that she won.
I'm very,
best.
very happy. Like,
Why?
I actually cried
Why?
that night. Like,
Why?
This woman I've tried, she have tried so much, and she first got her first nominee ENVCA for someone who have been in the industry
for a very long time.
She first got her nominee 2020. The movie was Omogeto the Saga by Funke Akindele. 2020, that was the ENVCA 2021. So she got her first nominee, that's Best Supporting Actress in that award, and she ended up not winning it. Who won that award was Amomi. Amomi. Yeah. She was the one that won the award that year. And coming this year, like, there's 7 Doors, there's Anikolapo, there's Farmer's Bride, a lot of movies. Like, it was struck, like, it was struck load, like, a lot of movies.
I was scared too.
I wasn't scared I wasn't scared. I know she'll win it. I watched all the movies.
But Hilda Dakobo is a good actress too.
Yeah, I was surprised that people on the internet was putting her in the same space with Uche Montana. I'm not saying that
I was surprised.
I'm not saying that Uche Montana is not a good actress.
I love her too.
I'm not saying that she's not good, but to compare her with Chioma. Are you guys kidding me?
There are reasons to their nomination.
Yes.
There are reasons to
Thin Line is a good movie, a good storyline, but for her to compete with Chioma Chukwuka,
I think that was not the right movie for that competition for me.
Yes.
Thin Line was not the right movie to
compete with 7 Doors. No. I was only scared of Bimbo Ademoye.
Yeah.
Bimbo.
Yeah.
Because I was
you said these 3 were
I was
my
just scared
fear.
of Bimbo. Like, Bimbo should not collect this award from us. So we need this award. I was so scared of Bimbo, but I was so happy that Chioma Chukwuka won the award. Like, it was that award inspired me, like, taught me a lot that night.
What about the best actor?
Best actor.
I was expecting Stan.
Stan is like, he doesn't have a match.
Wait, not Stan.
House of Ga.
Okay.
House of Ga. This man. Femi, yes. Femi acted. If you see what that man acted in House of Ga.
I saw it.
That man, I was like, when I wanted Femi Adebayo to win. That's 7 Doors. I was scared because I was like, Femi might win this award with that House of God, because that House of God was
another gig, yeah.
Like, look, it was, to be sincere, Femi is a better, like, when you come to the acting, he was the right choice of that award.
What about Zarukwe?
I don't think when this award stuff, when they bring out their nominees, we have watched the movie. We have known like storyline. It's not all about what you did. It's about the storyline.
If you worked the storyline,
the movie,
everything,
how the movie was directed. It's not all about the movie, what you did inside. It's not about you did good. Doing good is a credit. Is a credit, but you know, all these things, you know, you have to put them together. That's why, you know, Funka Kindele, anytime she submits a movie, she must be nominated. Even if she doesn't do that spectacular, she must be nominated because the storylines are always good. So when I saw the nominees there, I was like, the only competition here is 7 Doors and House of God.
For me, I think the problem most times is the choice of movies for these actors. You know, when I saw Stan Nze,
Suspicion is a nice movie, but not to compare to House of God and 7 Doors.
Facts. So I think sometimes it's the choice of. Is it the choice? Should I call it the choice of movie right now, or because Stan Nze is a good actor?
The movies are very good.
So I think, you know, the character in that particular movie or something, because Uzarukwe, I was expecting to see Uzarukwe as part of the nominees. You know, Uzarukwe, Timini Ebuson, and the likes of them.
You know, like Timini haven't featured in a blockbuster movie, except from the one, like, you know,
everybody loves Jennifer.
No, not everybody loves Jennifer. Like The Tribe Called Judah. I think that was the last amazing movie that his latest movie that he released on February.
Stop swinging your chair.
Sorry, February 14th. And what was the name of that movie? Real Love. I think that's the amazing. Like, the Real Love is very, very good. I think by next year it should be nominated in the best actor. So yeah, Real Love is another, like, is good. It's good. It's a good movie. It's good, but I wasn't expecting Timini to be nominated in the ENUGU.
So you feel the number of people they nominated were the perfect?
Yes, it was perfect. We are perfect.
So we are not judges. Truth be told,
we the viewers.
We are not judges.
We the viewers. we watch. We know what we watched.
We know what we watched.
We know
but
what
when
we
it
watched.
comes to the best dress, that was what shocked me the most. I didn't expect that.
Like,
and of course, you didn't expect
came prepared.
Do you think Nigerians would stand a chance if we are asked to come for Met Gala?
Did you see what Mercy Eke was putting on?
I saw what Nume. Do you know who shocked me?
Who?
Doyin.
Give me a high five. Doyin's outfit, do you know, if she went to the Met Gala last year with that outfit,
she would win.
Nobody would come close, because that was the theme of Met Gala and everything.
Last year.
Like, nobody would come close.
She would win.
Even Cardi won't stand a chance.
I'm telling you,
even Tyra. Tyra was the best dressed female last year in the Met Gala.
Yeah.
Even Tyra won't stand a chance against Doyin with that outfit.
I think she will. I think she will.
Tyra
was dressed like a sand.
Tyra, like, yeah, but so, what Doyin was putting on?
I know Tyler's outfit.
I wasn't expecting something like that from Doyin.
Well,
I wasn't expecting something like that from Doyin.
I was shocked. Doyin's outfit, Mercy Eke's outfit.
Nana from Ghana.
Nana from Ghana.
Like that girl.
Nana, it's a normal thing for Nana.
Yes.
Every year.
But I was expecting more. I was expecting more because Mercy Eke's outfit was better than hers, like, to me.
Really?
Yes.
Well, there was a whole lot of creativity when it comes to Mercy Eke's outfit. You know, there was creativity in Nana's outfit.
Yes, just, you know, it was, no, the only thing in Nana's outfit was just that stuff here. Yeah,
so nothing more. You think that's not creative?
It's just it's just a normal, yes, simple white dress that we.
Yeah, you.
Yes, but you see Mercy Eke's dress.
I saw it.
It took me like 10 minutes to.
So what would you call the theme of Mercy Eke's dress? It was giving mushroom. Was she the one?
No, it was diamond. Little flowers. No, I think little flowers.
No. It was some sort of stems with diamonds.
Yes.
So what would you call that dress now?
I don't know, like, what to call that dress, but the dress.
It wowed you.
It wowed me.
So she would have been your best dress.
No, my best dress is Doyin, followed by Osas, then Mercy Eke, then who else? I think these are my top 4 for now.
All right.
Osas, you know, Vicky James never disappoints.
I know. Let's not even talk about that.
Vicky James never disappoints.
She would always represent. I'm so proud of Nigerians with their outfits.
I'm telling you, Nigerians will have a better chance in Met Gala. Like, you know, if let's say if Nigerians, if Nigerian designers styled Burna Boy, what's the name? Thames and
Ira
Star, they'll be like they'll be looking.
Day. I don't want to even start talking
about. They'll be looking very, very good. It's just that there's how Met Gala works. If I buy a ticket, whatever I give you, that's what you're gonna wear.
Yeah.
So I'm not blaming them at all, but like I'm not blaming them at all.
Yeah. All right, thank you so much, Franklin Sochima. I had so much fun in this particular segment, and I'm sure you did too.
Same here.
All right, the show has come to an end. This is where we draw the curtain. Join us same time tomorrow. Follow us on all our social media platforms. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. I remain your baby girl, Queenette Wokunta. Enjoy the rest of your day.
what happened at the burial of the Pope, what to expect from the conclave, and the future of the Catholic Church in Africa. Also tonight we'll be looking at service, and our guest is Alan Ntambi, past District Road Tract representative. He's already in the studio and getting ready to speak with us later on the program. We have these and more. Catholicism and Intercultural Theology at DePaul University in Chicago, Father Stan Chu Ilo. Father Stan, glad to have you on Full Day. Can you hear me, Father Stan?
Yes, I can.
Oh, thank God you're able to join us. Father Stan, you did a lot of work in the Vatican while Pope Francis was alive, and you had written so much on some of the things that happen at the Vatican, especially the relationship between the Vatican and the African Church. But first of all, tell me how you felt when you saw the entire world come to a standstill at the burial of Pope Francis.
Thank you very much, Vin. It's so good to be here. I think that the global outpouring of love, emotion for Pope Francis is, for me, a vindication of what he represented, because I have never seen a pope that had faced so much internal criticism as well as external criticism. You know, many people fail to understand that this man was a prophet who saw tomorrow, who understood clearly that the Catholic Church, and indeed all religious systems and institutions at this present time in human history, we are all being called to become healers, bandaging wounds, extending a hand of friendship to lift those who are down up, and to create and build bridges of friendship. So these are the things that Jesus lived. These are also the things that Pope Francis embodied in his own humble and simple way. But like he constantly said, let us make a mess. Let us move and shake the system so that people can wake up from their slumber and see the sea of suffering humanity that is in need of healing. That's why constantly at the beginning, indeed, of his papacy, he called the world and the church to what he calls a revolution of tenderness. And that revolution of tenderness is about bandaging wounds by extending the love and kindness of God. It is not about watering down the faith. Actually, Pope Francis never changed any single Catholic doctrine, as some of his detractors have charged against him. But he said the church is not just about the logic of law, but rather the logic of love. So that outpouring, seeing so many people from all over the world, seeing thousands of people, they have never seen anything like that in Rome. I think the last time that Rome's street were lined up to welcome or say goodbye to a pope will go back into the late 18th century, Pope Pius the Sixth, who had died in violence, and then he had to be brought back by Pope Pius the Seventh because of the crisis of the papacy at that time. So this was a vindication of a life well lived, and that the message of Pope Francis is a message that resonated with many people across the world, across religions, across races, across nations. He indeed was, like many people have said, a pope of the world and a pope of the poor.
This was a man who tried to remove all the ostentatious things that had to come with the papacy, with the position of being pope. And he did a lot of ordinary things. I was just watching a report sometime this morning where I found out that Pope Francis called a Catholic church in Gaza in the last 1 year or more. He called them every night at 8 o'clock. Every night at 8 o'clock, calling them for the last time on Saturday, 2 days before his death on Easter Monday. Was this, part of that people's pope that Pope Francis had become over these years?
Yes, and I would think also that he did not just become this way when he became a pope. This has been the way he lived his life. One of the most important documents produced in the Catholic Church in Latin America is the Aparecida document, authored by Pope Francis, that emphasized what in ordinary term you will call theology of the people. That is, that it is us, not just a few of us, but all of the people. I mean, some will accuse him of being a Peronist, that populist government in Argentina that was revolutionary in trying to focus both the socio-economic programs and policies on the people. But for Pope Francis, what he did, calling Holy Trinity Church, the people in Gaza every day, was typical. Pope Francis, as many of you will remember, that on Holy Thursday, the last visit he made outside of the Vatican was to a prison. He had no energy, but he insisted on going to be with the prisoners. And while he was leaving, the journalists were asking him questions. Why do you keep on coming here? He said, every time I come here, I ask the good Lord, why them and not me? And Pope Francis has been anti-war. He has proclaimed in several of his messages the gospel non-violence, that the future of the world cannot be built on violence, killing people, destroying people, and building arms and ammunition. So he says, when thousands of people are drowning in the Mediterranean, the stock exchange does not go down. But when some people lose millions, then the stock exchange will go down. They are human beings, like he said. When I stand before a person, I'm standing on holy ground. Therefore, what was going on and what is still going on in Gaza, you remember also that 2 years ago, Pope Francis cried about the war in the killings in Ukraine. When the first visit he went outside once he became a pope was to Lampedusa, where he wept and threw flowers into the Mediterranean as he bemoaned thousands of many people from Africa, from Syria, the Middle East, the rest of the Middle East, and other parts of the world who are drowning in the Mediterranean, migrants who have lost their way. So he has a particular love for people who are, as he normally says, at the existential peripheries of life. That's the mission that he sent some of us to meet those people who are seldomly heard from in the church. Prisoners, the elderly, people who are in detention camps, migrants, LGBTQ community members, people who have left the church, who have left the priesthood or the religious life. And for him, it's not about endorsing any lifestyle. People misunderstand him. He says, 2 years ago, And that resonates with me constantly. During the World Youth Day in Lisbon, Portugal, on exactly August the 3rd, 2023, at a speech he gave to young people, he used the word 3 times: todos, todos, todos. That is saying all of us, all of us, all of us. And he asked the young people to repeat after him, all of us, that the church is for all of us. And the church is a home for all of us, because God knows each person, he says, by name. And he asked them, say again, God knows you by name. What is he doing? It is saying clearly, every human being is a child of God. What you do is also important, but first of all is to recognize that whether you are good or bad, whether you are young or old, whatever your socioeconomic status, that human beings should not just be expendable, but rather should be prized.
Okay, Father Stan, if you can hear me, let's just conclude our conversation with some insight on what you think will happen to all the initiatives that this late Pope had taken to bring the Catholic Church closer to places where people felt distant from the Catholic Church, especially his initiatives in Africa. Do you think that when we have a new Pope, that there's a tendency that this new Pope will continue on some of those initiatives that Pope Francis had initiated?
I think so, because one of the most, I think, enduring legacies of Pope Francis was the extensive consultation of all the Catholic faithful throughout the world between 2021 and last year, 2024, the Synod on Synodality. And that Synod on Synodality produced a very important document. So we are in the process of implementing the decisions, not of Pope Francis, it is the decision of the whole church, that we need to be a welcoming church, a church where everyone's gifts and talents are embraced with the same generosity, kindness, and consideration, a church of co-responsibility, a church of solidarity, and a church of synodality. That is a listening church. So those decisions are already being implemented, and there are 10 study groups that Pope Francis set up to implement and deepen the understanding of some of the decisions made. And one of the last acts of Pope Francis, even from the hospital, was to sign off that these decisions and the process of implementing the synodal decisions should now begin. It was to start in May. My hope is that the next Pope, just like Cardinal Parolin, who presided over the Mass yesterday at the Vatican, the second day of Novena Masses for Pope Francis, said the momentum started by Pope Francis should be continued, because the only way we can honor the legacy of a prophet, that is someone who saw tomorrow, is not simply to praise him or to cry at his funeral or at his death, but to do what the disciples of Jesus did, to run even farther than the master, who worked only for 3 years, and his followers have been working for 2,000 years. So Pope Francis had made his own contribution to the church. We will take the good things from it. We will take the lessons from it, especially articulated in the synodal document. And then hopefully the new Pope already has, if you like, a vademecum that can serve as a good manifesto and a roadmap for the future of Catholicism and the world.
Understand. Thank you for your time. And I know how passionate you've been about the work you and your colleagues have done with the Pope, and I know how sad this period is for you. Thank you for joining us, and we hope that people like you will continue to write
and then to look for that silent majority in the church.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. And joining me now is the past district Rotaract representative, Alan Ntambi. Alan is in Nigeria for some Rotaract work. Alan, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, sir.
How was your trip?
My trip was fantastic. It's been a couple of learning and good experiences in Nigeria.
So why are you in Nigeria?
I am here in Nigeria. One, I came to attend, I was invited to attend the Nigerota, the National Rotaract Conference. Nigeria has 6 districts, Rotary districts. Actually, it's the only country with such number of districts in Africa.
Mm-hmm.
And I was interested to come and see what the young people are doing down here in Nigeria, but also share with them best practices on how best we can grow ourselves as young people while we transform our communities.
Well, Rotaract spans more than 180 countries and territories.
Yeah.
From your leadership experience, what do you believe unites young leaders globally, and what unites them even beyond the cultural, the political, and the social differences? What is that magic binding factor that holds young people together to serve?
Now, what brings us together is the common goal, the service to humanity.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that we come together and we forget our religious affiliations. We forget our political affiliations.
Mm-hmm.
We forget our own needs, but look out to the greater good to build the communities that we live in. Because I want to say some of us, most of us young people that are in Rotaract are privileged to be where we are. But then what worries us is the communities we live in. If we do not sustain them, if we do not help them catch up, get closer to where we are, then we are equally in a danger. And it's what every other person out there needs to be looking out. Because yes, you will hide in your fence and you have the security at your gate. But what about when you walk out of your gate on the streets?
What happens to you?
What happens to you? Yes, you're looking good. You're taking care of your own children. You're taking them to good schools. That's perfect, thank you. But guess what? Your daughter, your son, is going to meet that other person, young person, who has not been brought up well, who has been brought up in a very hard life. And they are bringing you such a person as your daughter-in-law, as your son-in-law, not cultured, not given the opportunity you gave your children. Eventually, it is catching up with you. So
somehow it will rub off on you.
Definitely. Now, Rotaract gives us an opportunity to address that.
Okay, let me talk about you. You're a young person.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering why you had to travel all the way, thousands of miles, doing Rotary and Rotaract work. What is inspiration? What drives you?
I have grown up as a young man. At a certain point, I have also been in need. I remember I was almost dropping out of school. My father is a retired army officer in Uganda. And then at one point, he could not pay for my school fees. But I'd associated with Rotary as an Interact. I know Rotary has several levels. The Interact Club for young people in high school, the Rotaract Club for young people, young professionals and tertiary institutions, then Rotary. So I'd associated with Rotary as a young person. Then I knew if I dare drop out of school, then I'll not have an opportunity, there will not be space for me in the Rotary fraternity. But getting the opportunity then to get better, then I thought I also need to help other people see things the way I see them, making them get better. For example, I was in Ghana last week. I am here in Nigeria, but also I have a job. I'm employed somewhere. So what inspires me is seeing other young people every day get better, other young people transforming themselves. And you know, we keep telling young people, our elders keep telling us that young people are the future of tomorrow's leaders, are the future's leaders. Maybe I should pose a question here. When is the future? And where is it? Because yesterday we addressed today as tomorrow, right? And then tomorrow, and then we can say tomorrow. And certainly we just have a few minutes to tomorrow, which will now become the today. So that's what inspires me, telling the young people that, you know, now there's nothing like the future. It's not there. The future is now. And if we are the leaders of the future, that means we are the leaders of today. So let's start now to make the world we want to see.
That leads me to asking, are the young people ready to lead today and lead tomorrow? I mean, we see a lot of slacking on the part of young people. Drugs, cults, alcoholism, prostitution, and this, what some people have called generational selfishness. Are they really ready to lead today and lead tomorrow?
You know, I would say readiness is relative. But also readiness is not a one-day thing. You need to have a starting point. Where is the starting point? And the starting point is now. It's now. Everywhere, wherever you are. It's now. There is never going to be a readiness or you being ready unless you start now. If you cannot speak to people, if you cannot stand in the crowd and say a word, we are saying start now. How do you say good morning or good evening to your parent? How do you say hi guys? How do you mobilize your friends to do something? And that's what inspires me. That's why I'm in Nigeria. Nigeria's GDP, last I checked, was at $358 billion. Where I come from, our GDP is just $48 billion in Uganda. But when I look at the Rotary and Rotaract in Uganda, I want to believe there is something my Nigerian friends and family can learn from Uganda. And that's why I came to touch base with them, telling them that, you know what, we can do this. And I'm telling them it's just a matter of looking at priorities. What are your life's priorities? What is it that you want to see? And after knowing what you want to see, or even what you want to know, then the how becomes easier. But when you know the what and understand why you need to do it, then answering the how becomes easy, because you have now you know what you want to do, and then you're convicted by the why. You know, if I don't do this, this is what will come. So that answers your why. So young people in drugs, yes, they are there. And maybe I want to go back to our leaders. And when I say our leaders, I go back to our parents. I go back to our leaders at where we work from. I go back to our teachers. the mentorship we get. The unfortunate bit of it is that many people has classified mentorship as me sitting in front of you and you speak to me. And I want us to have a different dimension looking at mentorship for young people. And this is my appeal to our elders. Please, let's look at mentorship differently now. What you want us to become, please do that. Let's just watch you do it.
Leading by example.
Lead by example. Please don't tell us to do it. You want us to dress well, decently, dress decently. You want us to be, not to be corrupt people, don't be corrupt. You don't want us to lie, don't lie, because certainly we know when you're lying. And that way, Africa will be secured.
Ntambi, is that not what they call buck passing? You know, I'm talking about the challenges that a lot of young people are having, and probably what people of your generation are doing to make that better. And you're pushing the buck to parents and the older ones.
I am actually not pushing it. The Africans,
because
where I come
the
from,
the implication of what you're saying is that we are not leading by example.
Where I come from, we have a saying, that the old bird teaches the young bird how to fly. Even I am a father. Most of the things I see my young daughter doing at home, I clearly see it is a replica of either my behavior or the mother's behavior. Because she learns firsthand by seeing, by observing.
Okay. How about those that are already caught in the web? Maybe some people around them have not led by example, have not set the right, put them on the right track, had not shown them the right way, and they are caught in the web. Let's talk about the kind of work Rotary will do in those directions.
And that's why some of us are here. That's why we have the 4,500 Rotaractors in Nigeria, in the 6 districts. And they are coming to the communities, to the fellow young people, to tell them that, look, I am here, I am your age, I am your age mate. I am not using the drugs and I'm surviving. I am comfortably okay. I don't have the much money that you think you should be having right now. But you know what? I wake up every day diligently and go to work. When I'm given work to do at my workplace, I am very responsible to deliver. That's what young people in Rotaract do. The first goal of Rotaract is to develop professional and leadership skills. And the second one is to emphasize respect for the right of others and promote ethical standards. Now, these ethical standards are the examples we portray out to the young people. And I want to tell employers out there, if you want the right person to employ, look into Rotaract. You will be amazed.
That's some PR you're doing.
I mean, look into Rotaract. Be very deliberate. Into Rotaract.
Is it because of the kind of training?
Because of the mentorship.
Ghana from...
Because of the training. And imagine they are doing these kind of works not paid. For example, I led Rotaract in my district as DRR. And one of the things I did most was public image, public relations, marketing the organization. So after my year as a district Rotaract representative, I was invited for a job at one of the universities in Uganda. The professor is a Rotarian and he told me my university is struggling with public image. I told him I have not done PR of an organization. He told me, I've seen you doing it and I know you will do it. Now, young people have skills that need to be put to use. And that's where young people in Rotaract, you see them going for medical camps, you see them using their skills, teaching. I attended a project in Ghana last week where I saw young people teaching the communities to make shoes, to make money. Where I saw young people teaching young girls how to make sanitary pads. I saw young people teaching the communities how to make liquid soap, empowering them economically. And then I see governments, I don't know in Nigeria, but back home, I see governments spend a lot of money on empowering communities with such skills. Sometimes the money never goes where it's supposed to go. But then these young people are coming in. So our role as young people in Rotaract, and why I think every parent should consider having their children join Rotaract, is the change of mindset, the commitment to do work, being community aware. That's what Rotaract does.
Today's young people are really what we could call people of the digital age. And you know, the world is their forte. You know, they are globally minded. And you see them very passionate about change. And I'm asking, how is your organization leveraging, you know, on technology, innovation, and collaboration to empower this new generation of young people? How are you doing that?
Now, at Rotaract Africa, when I came into office as president, I realized that we have some lot of untapped potential. We have over 19,000 young people in Rotaract Africa, in 47 African countries. And I was like, what do we use these numbers for? So that they are not just numbers. And then I realized we have so many young professionals. We have those in the tech world like me. I'm a data and software engineer.
Okay.
We have those in the teaching profession. We have those in the medical world, in the all the sectors of life. So, and I'm telling them, how can I be in Uganda and I impact someone in Liberia without going there? And that's where the digital world comes in. We are creating what we call, for example, the Rotaract Africa Leadership Academy. Free of charge.
Is it virtual?
Virtual. It's virtual. Then I reach out to experienced leaders like you. I tell you know what, you do not have to leave Nigeria. Can you give us an hour of a lecture online? And then I'll give you the audience. I'll put together 1,000 young people. You speak to them all over Africa, and you're offering your services to these young people, but you would have impacted the generation in Africa. Digital. We are asking them, come, let's learn some skills. Okay? You have a Facebook page of 5,000 followers. Instead of posting a picture when you're at maybe a food hub somewhere, telling us how you're enjoying chicken, why don't you ask Signature TV to influence for Signature TV? Tell them, you know what, I have 5,000 followers. I'd like to be posting Signature TV's programs on my platform. And then you can get money, because trust me, Signature TV has a budget for public relations. Even what it does most is still offer platforms for businesses to grow, for communities to grow. So you would have widened Signature TV's reach. And that's what we are telling young people, use these platforms. You have your Instagram, you have 10,000 followers. How are you making money out of it? And this is one of the programs now we are doing with the young people in Africa.
Okay, looking ahead, what bold dreams and innovations do you envision for the Rotaract movement in the next maybe decade, especially as we lead this group in Africa?
Recently we had a discussion on our forum having a strategy about Rotaract at 2030. We have over 45,000 Rotarians on the African continent. And then we have the 19,000 young people between the age of 18 to maybe 30 Rotaractors. And these are the future Rotarians. So our dream is to see these young people get into work, get into the job market as professionals, people of integrity, people of goodwill, people that are community aware. And what is this going to do? It's not just a solution for Rotaract. It's a solution for the African continent. You should be knowing about the 4-way tests. Of the things we think, say, or do. First, is it the truth? Is it fair to all concerned? When I'm trying to do something, is it fair to other people, or is it only fair to me? Will it build goodwill? And if we ask young people, we're asking young people to lead their life reflecting on these principles, so that we can, it's not just about Rotaract, but have a continent, have communities that are not selfish. It's not just about them, but it's also about the others. That way we are building a community of people of integrity that are going to run our continent.
Alan Ntambi, that's a beautiful way to end our conversation. And I must thank you for coming on the show.
It's a pleasure. Thank you for having me today.
But before I let you go, tonight your presence here has reminded us that real leadership is born not from power, but from service and vision. Across every border, young leaders are building the future with courage, hope, and unity. As the world mourns the passing of His Holiness the Pope, and as the conclave prepares to choose the next spiritual guide, we are reminded that the call for compassionate, borderless leadership is greater than ever. May we rise to the challenge, and may hope continue to light our way forward. Let's keep believing in the power of service and the dream of our united world. I won't let you go until I leave you with this.
Oh. Thank you.
And that's our program for tonight. I've been Martin Obiora Ilu from ENUGU in Nigeria. Thanking you for watching and asking you that we have to do this again tomorrow night at 11 p.m.
Thank you. It's been an honor. Thank you for having me, sir. Thank you. And thank you for supporting the young people. I'm informed and told of your great service.
the pension is too low, and all the contributions people made with PENCOM and defense and stuff is not really being well attributed to them in the way it's supposed to be. Most of them don't have housing. It's not only about paying people pension, you should consider their housing, post-housing, after service. Where do those people live? How do they survive? Do they have a farm? Is there any government intervention in helping them alleviate the pains of the current economic hardship? Like now, the government is even dragging to pay 100,000 for the minimum wage, and the pensioners are still receiving low 30,000. That's the basic pension benchmark. Then 30,000 cannot even buy a bag of rice. It cannot fill a tank. It cannot buy you electricity for a month. You know, it's too low. So it's regrettable. And some people that have actually managed the pensions, you know, they have, like Mena and others, they have really squandered people's money, you know, diverted the money, and there's no really money there to pay the pensioners. Because if there was money, there would have been accrued interest in their deposits. So there is nothing like that, and people are suffering. Their money has been squandered or diverted, or one way or the other, they are not being paid their pension.
They should look into it because they are the receiving end. Government employ them when they are young, and when they get old, government will not be taking care of them. Take for instance, in a western state, western part of the world, government from inception take care of them, and I believe that their money, they reduce the money from their salary. So when it's time for them to be paid, they will not be paid at the appropriate time. Most of them die young because of not taking proper care of them. You continue going for pension office from one office to another until things get not getting well at all with them. Most of them, they are suffering it. It affects them because when you look at your old person that is older than you, what is facing, you will be discouraged. The work that you have in mind doing, your enthusiasm will go down because you are seeing what other persons are facing. You will be scared. When I reach to this level, I will face the same thing. It is reduce their work.
Like in state government, they are giving them something. But parasites, like water corporation, my husband is worked in water corporation. They don't even give them pension. They don't even give them pension. In water corporation, you can ask them.
You know, those people worked, suffered their old age. It's government that's supposed to take care of them. They don't suppose even their pension, their gratuity. They should help people. You know, some of money don't have value. Just like as they are still talking to we staff minimum wage. You know, things are very scarce. Inflation in Nigeria. So they suppose those people that depend on drugs, and those money they are paying them as a pension is not even enough to pay their bill. Some are still training their children. Some are paying house rent. So all those things, government should try to help the pensioners so that to survive more before they die. Some even on the process of going to road, do this, do that, you see some die on the hunger or fall on the road.
The way pensioners are treated is not good, because after serving the government for 35 years, you don't have nothing to show. You don't have house in your village. You don't have any investment. You can't even train your children in the tertiary institutions or give them proper medical support. Even you as a pensioner, you are not sure of your medical support from the government, people that you have worked for. If you have stroke, many people have stroke, they have hypertension, all those type of illnesses cost a lot of money, and there is no way the government is trying to help them, you know, to treat their illnesses, even to feed, even to have housing. All those things is absurd for those pensioners. And people that are in service, when they see the way they treat the people that have already retired, they will be striving, trying their best, you know, in corrupt ways, trying to make money so that they won't be suffering after retirement.
We have male dominance in politics, which is number one.
men have dominated the political arena in Nigeria. We have educated women. We have women that have the zeal and the passion for politics, but the arena has been dominated by men. Men that, I'm sorry to say, they don't want to see women reach their desired position. So we have so many problems apart from the male domination. We have the religious problem, especially where I'm coming from. I'm coming from the northern part of the country. We have the cultural biases, we have the religious biases, which work hand in hand to bring women down during the political, in politics or generally in decision making in the country. So these three factors are the hindrance, what brought the hindrance in women participation or women inclusion in Nigeria. The hindrances, we've already overcome some of them, because when a woman goes out to campaign, if you look at the campaign arena, you'll find out that we have a lot of women, especially from the grassroots. You find out that women constitute majority of the voters and mobilizers for their parties, for their candidates. And even if you go to polling units, you find out that 75% of the people lining up to cast their vote are women and children and youths. So women are mobilizers, and at the same time, women usually they come out en masse to support what they want. So that first hindrances we've overcome it, because we can always come out to vote for what we want and what we believe will bring the best for our interests. But when you look at the political institution, a woman will vote, but when the candidate attains to power, she will be overlooked. She will be overlooked, and women interests have been overlooked nationally and internationally. At the local level, at the state level, at the international level, women interests are overlooked, in the sense that women are given negligible positions. Women have not been included in the decision making or in appointment by the political parties or by the governor, which we are calling from the state, from the national level, that women should be included in the decision making as stakeholders, as position holders in terms of appointment, so that we will have a say in politics. Since we have our votes, we mobilize, we gang up, we have loyalty, we have all what it takes. Less women have a voice, less women have a say. And when I talk about the religious biases, we've overcome the religious biases in the sense that women have been urged to come out to vote and to be voted for. It's not against our religion. It's not against our religion, and we've been doing that. We have so many educated women that are politically vibrant. Looking at the women coming out via political positions, women are ever ready to come out en masse to support women, so that we'll see what will happen when women support women. Like the campaign we are having right now, that is women supporting women in the parliament, that will bring a lot of fruitful, encouraging atmosphere for women to be voted for. Like if you take for an example, if you look at the National Assembly, we have only 3 women in the Senate, only 3 women out of the 109 109, only 3 women are the Senate. So if we have women, a lot of women coming out to vie for Senate seats, a lot of women will come out to encourage them to be part of it, so that we'll have a lot of women senators. When you look at the state, the House of Representatives, we have only 17 members, women, only 17 in the National Assembly. Out of 366, we have only 17 women, which is very, very negligible number. We need to do more. Women need to come out en masse to support women, so that we will attain so many positions, viable positions, important positions in the Senate and in the National Assembly, at the state, at the local level, even at the national level. So women supporting women is a very important issue which we need to address as women, and to encourage each other to come out and support each other. And also, when you look at the Nigerian Constitution, you will find out that we have the 35% affirmative action, which has not been met up till this time. It has not been attained by women. When you have 3 senators, you have only 17 members in the House of Assembly. That means we are nowhere. Women are nowhere. Even the quota has not been met.
You know, when you speak of airports, you talk about airplanes, you talk about people, you talk about travel, you talk about transportation, right? But when you hear that an airplane that is trying to taxi had collided with an antelope, what comes to mind? Was the airport actually situated in a forest? Anyways, that's the kinds of stories you hear out of Nigeria. Welcome to another week of non-stop dramatic stories. Let's go on the headlines on the dailies after now. So we'll begin on the Punch newspaper this morning. Writes on it, Rivers emergency rule. Federal government taps ex-AGF 11 SANs as Supreme Court battle looms, where the rider Supreme Court may release hearing date today. PDP governor's legal team prepares as AGF says governors forum lack local standing. Still on the Punch, I'm not desperate to return as Rivers governor, says Fubara. Why Jonathan won't run against Tinubu in 2027, says Patience. Federal government makes U-turn, endorses Senate security summits. PDP installs new BOT members as governors map party direction. NCAA under fire after plane strikes antelope on taxiway. Ayedatiwa Makinde Bamidele salutes Afenifere leader Farsoranti at 99. Federal government states add 57 trillion naira to debts in 18 months. And now we're moving over to the Nigerian Tribune. On the Tribune, just the writer, 2 Senate seats, 5 rep seats, 9 state constituencies affected. And still on the Tribune, Wike, Ikbazu, Ugwai, Ortom attend PDP governors meeting with the writer, Saraki Tamboa Lamido Oyinola Udom, also in attendance. NPA denies corruption allegations, says no misapplication of budgetary provisions. I am not going back to Aso Rock. Will campaign with Remi Tinubu in 2027, says Patience Jonathan. I am not desperate to return, but my spirit has already left there. Fubara speaks. Ishakiri Yoruba, we need to work together. Laughing says Warri chiefs. Others meet all your traditional rulers. Cancer before age 50 increasing in Nigeria. Experts raise alarm. All the details on the Nigerian Tribune. On the Vanguard this morning, 2.7 trillion naira data expenses compete with food, others as Nigerians ration usage. It's about time. And still on the Guardian newspaper this morning, NPA debunks multi-billion naira corruption allegation. ASU raises concern over corruption and weak institution, tasks federal government. You are future presidents, but fight corruption first, Obi tells African youths. You are future presidents, but fight corruption first, Obi tells African youths. Report highlights 2024 as hottest in Africa, warns of climate impact. Serap seeks CBN's disclosure on released funds to local government areas and Rivers councils. Defections. Wike joins PDP governors meeting in last-ditch efforts to save party. Dame Jonathan endorses Tinubu for 2027 poll. Local government poll. Protests trail APC primaries over alleged imposition of candidates. PDP accuses Imo government of wasting 2.1 billion naira on pilgrimage. All the details you can find on The Guardian. And now to the Daily Trust newspaper. On the Daily Trust this morning, I'm not desperate to return as governor. Rivers State Governor Fubara speaks. Leadership crisis rocks Katsina Varsity again. Nigeria, Senegal in win or bust AFCON Under-20 quarterfinal clash. Ganduje under fire over one-party state comments. Ohaneze, Afenifere, NNPP, Fage, others react. All the details you can find on the Daily Trust. Benue, 159 killed in 40 days as fresh attacks claim 23. Jonathan's wife rules out return to Asuvila, backs Tinubu. How truck crushed ex-varsity VC's children to death. And now to the Daily Times newspaper this morning. I will campaign for Tinubu in 2027. Patience Jonathan speaks. Crude oil theft. We have sent over 100 pipeline vandals to prison, says NSA. 2027, Atiku constitutionally fit to run. Ex-spokesman Sowomi speaks. West Africa security and political economy. You can find out the details of some of these headlines on the Daily Times newspaper. Oboweri hails late Edwin Clark as national icon, urges Nigerians to emulate bequeathed legacy. All right, we're back to the studios this morning. Chris Monica joins us for an interesting discourse out of the headlines. Good morning, Chris. Happy Monday.
Good morning, Charles. Welcome to another day of Newspaper Review. We give glory to God.
Interesting. There's a whole lot of development out of the headlines this morning. Patience Jonathan, the wife of the president. The presidents have been caught severally. That's the former president now. That's her husband. Goodluck Jonathan, criticizing the policies and programs of Tinubu's government. And it's shocking that the wife is coming out outrightly to say she's going to campaign for Tinubu.
Yes. So what do you want us to talk about that? You want to put me in trouble?
How so?
I'm just joking. Nobody's putting nobody in trouble. I only I want to remind them, Jonathan, then good luck, Jonathan, then patient. Our amiable First Lady, during her own time, we enjoyed her. I just want to remind her, then good luck, Jonathan. There is, then patient, good luck, Jonathan. There is God, though. There is God, though. But look at it objectively. The madam of the house is a political figure, has her opinions, and can make decisions. They analyze that the president, former president, has spoken about. It's not criticism. He's talking about it so that people will not misunderstand it. He's talking about what he felt the present government should do. And you know, he has said it many times in different fora, that once you have finished your tenure at Aso Rock, you have to stay on the side and be careful at your comments. Because there's certain things you say, the people are currently the incumbent at Aso Rock will forget the whole thing and face you, and they drop all their troubles on your laps and said you are the person causing trouble. And you can understand their positions. For some of them who have been left there for a long time, like OBJ, he keep coming out to hit hard, but the hitting hard is that he has an opinion as a citizen of Nigeria. After that long time, things are changing. He has not come out and say, these people are this, these people are, say that he will expect that this should be done. He gives his opinion as an advice, which is not even, they are not in any way implementing or enforcing. It's not that if you are there, I used to be an anchor, for instance, and then I see you and say, Charles, you're doing well. But I felt that you should do one or two things to still do well because I watch you from far. If you think that as a learner, we learn every day, what I mean in that way, if you are in Aso Rock, the Igbo proverb said, no, any man who has started owning a house before another must have more utensils, old utensils and all those kitchen things, more than the new one who is starting a home. And just like we say, we all learn, I use that analogy every time. You must, as a blacksmith who is learning how to do metal gong, look at the tail of a kite. So when those people speak, who have been there? From the days of Gowon, they meet and talk. Buhari, they've all gone there and come back. Good luck has been there. OBJ has been there. And when they talk, they share the experience. What makes you a consultant in medical sector and even in other areas of life is your level of experience. You go to the hospital if he is a medical consultant, and the medical consultant looks at you, he said, Doctor, I have malaria. The man looks into your eyes and said, Has anybody in your house gone mad before? Even what is this man? What has malaria got to do with madness? The man will ask you questions when you are through. The man will pick from his experience over time being a medical doctor that lays into the level of being a consultant. Use one of the experiences he had in 1965 or the one he had in 1972 and then pick it and people will say this consultant is a wizard. So experience is experience. So that's about good luck, Jonathan, and then the then patient Jonathan, as they talk about a different way. Now, if 90 million flies have decided to be making their morning, breakfast, dinner, lunch from one particular, food, and there are about 90 million doing that every day. So who is left? So when Nigeria is perfecting one-party system, and when you want to talk, Ganduje will fire back. He has been under fire for his statement when people say, is it that we can say if Nigeria is derailing to one-party system, we can talk? They can still build their one-party system, but we have to say this is where we are going for everybody who care to listen. That's all we can say. He has not stopped the Central Party from mopping up and all that. But if people say, if Dengulo Jonathan said, I'm going to campaign alongside with, then what is left? And as at last time we know, Good Luck and the wife are still members of PDP. Because that's the platform. They've not told us they've decamped. But if this morning we're hearing that the President Good Luck is saying, I'm going with the sitting incumbent First Lady to campaign for her husband to return to us. There must be something that they've seen. And what does that mean? Everything is coming.
No, I mean, it's confusing because the president, Goodluck Jonathan, former president now, said that Tinubu should be careful with the way he's going with this one-party thing. So it's not adding up that the wife of the president, the former president, is coming out to say he's going to campaign for Tinubu. It doesn't add up. It would look like an opinion from the family. I mean, you would think that the head of family should, hold the opinion in politics for the home.
No, it doesn't stop that way. Because the way we are, nothing stops Good Luck, them patients from joining any party and the husband being another side. That's one thing. And it's clear at the level they operate now. There's nothing that will say you are head of, which family are you head? You cannot, the level of partisanship of Dengulo being a first lady at that level and the kind of politics she has played and an open eye she has gotten, you now come and say this is where to be. No. If you're a husband of such a woman, you might be taking great risk to make such statement. You can only say, let's discuss. Look at this, your decision, though. There is God, though. There is God, though. Now only you follow come, or that kind of question. You have to be a discussion, that kind of discussion. You can't come and stamp your feet and say, I used to be, or this. You may find yourself working in Alaska. Because she is the state person who will direct which food you eat in the evening. And who serves and who comes to see you. And at that level you operate. If you have a wife who has had a tear eye like that, you have to be careful.
But
this same woman...
Did you think there was any sort of discussion regarding whether there's a one-party state or maybe who...
You were asking me whether Good Luck, then patient sleeps with her husband in the same bed and they have discussion. Is that what you're saying? That's beyond me. Because as far as she remains the wife of the former president of Nigeria, and they are still married legally together, and there has not been any issue even, and we don't even suspect there will be any issue. They can discuss over, if not inside the Ziaza room, it can be on top of a dining table, or in the morning they say, okay, you are going for the conference in South Africa, I'm going to attend political party somewhere, I'm meeting, and this is the kind of thing I'm thinking. So until this thing cooking, this political cooking they are doing, until matures, you can't say. Because they just be, you just see that they put meat on the fire, boiling and steaming. You are concluding that they are going to make a goosey soup. Don't be surprised. Before when they know they add the fish, you say, it looks like they're going to make a dikaiko. And they know that they ask snail. You say, no, it looks like fisherman soup. They were the shrimps. By the time these Nigerian politicians, our former president respected Goodluck Jonathan is a politician. The wife is a politician. The people they are talking about, they're all politicians. So you have to be very careful. Like he has told his colleague in ASO, he said, be careful. So everybody following them, even we that are talking about it, we are being careful and analyzing what President Goodluck Jonathan patients has said. So they are all the build-up of 2027. Absolutely. And the 2027 promises to be, if Nigeria builds up like that, we're having hope. But it's just that everybody is talking to them. Where we're just far down there. If we are operating at the same level with them, we can talk comfortably over a cup of tea, coffee, or over a plate of salad and talking about, don't worry, Charles, I will campaign for the first day, so we'll be talking at the same level. At the level they are talking about, I see a lot of insensitivity and inequality and what they are talking about. They've just left Nigeria behind, and the politicians have ganged up and moved forward. So I wonder what Nigeria they will come back to rule in 2027. Because Nigeria is all going far away, far, and they just, can a snail move without its shell? We see Nigerian politicians, they've gone out of their shell, which is Nigeria. They're moving forward, discussing 2027. Why Nigeria, the shell they are supposed to carry along is at Ogbete. They are at Ababa. And there's a lot of gap. Where they are going to meet up this gap, I'm waiting for them. Because, of course, Nigeria waiting. They will come back and wrap one cup of rice and start throwing in the street. And people will jump and die and stampede on themselves and die. Again, after they've finished cooking this soup, this 2027 soup there's nothing they've not put in it. So it's difficult for us to say what kind of soup these politicians can make. But even whatever they make, they will still, whatever soup you make in Nigeria, you swallow to eat it. So when they start giving us one cup of lafu, amala, ewa, all those things we will use to eat the soup, we are waiting. And Nigeria should be on their toes waiting. Rivers emergency rule, the punchy punch, FG taps ex-AGF, 11 SARS, as Supreme Court battle lose. Why is Nigeria fighting against itself? Nigeria clearly created, this is distraction. Why preparing for Rivers State emergency rule when it was clearly endorsed by National Assembly? So who made the law? Who created the law? Who signs? Who endorses? Who are the AGF, ex-AGF, and 11 sons? The sons we are given senior advocate of Nigeria. They are nominated and given by Nigeria. And they go to Supreme Court of Nigeria to talk about emergency rules set by Nigerian president. And we're going to discuss that. You're expecting that they're going to surprise me. And for quite some time, Nigerians have not surprised me. They are predictable. You see Nigerians, you'll be talking, this is what they're going to do. They will still go back there and they find it. At least some people who made they go to court to make this, what they call it, have pulled out. Delta State has pulled out. They are not part of the governors who went to court. So one down, how many to go? That's what we are working. Say the punchy is trying to sound punchy, that the way it used to be. Supreme Court battle rules. Which battle in Nigeria? Supreme Court, government money for government house, Bama Ghana. I'll be surprised. Are you expecting something, Charles? The way your son is like, I'm speaking something off.
No. I mean, it's 6 months, right? So yes. Before this particular matter, even, and we're already counting 2 months. Before they even sit around to talk about the issue, it must have been 6 months. So
because I didn't even think about that, because before the battle looms, the battle is still looming. So, but they can loom for 12 months, as far as I'm concerned, because.
And then they'll go and pull out. And still on Rivers, though.
Yeah.
Fubara is saying he's not desperate to come back. I mean, what does this say to numerous supporters who have been clamoring that he returns?
That's what my mind went there. Those red-wearing women who went to the street, and somebody has accused that he's pleading with the president to return him back to seat, and he's sponsoring. Meanwhile, he came back from overseas trip after 2 weeks of holidays in Germany. So we don't put these two together. And that's what I'm telling you about politicians. the kind of soup Nigerian politicians want to serve Nigeria in 2027, I don't think any cook in the world has actually known the menu or the recipe. I'm suspecting that the bug has beaten Fubara. He's now pulling back into his shell gradually, because the kind of move he has made in the past was so courageous and bold. But now for him to eat his words, he has to start with this kind of posture.
You think he has something in the offing to have said this? Because, I mean, if you as a supporter, you have gone to protest.
That's what I think, Charles.
Okay.
I'm not hiding it. There is something that Fubara is also thinking we are not thinking. Some of us that are very sympathetic to Rivers State Emergency want him back, even supported the people who went to the street, might be disappointed. But just like every Nigerian politician, they are the co-hunters. You join them for a hunting spree. Halfway into the bush, they will turn around and say, if you like say a leg look like an antelope leg. And at that point, forward, going back, no way, going forward, no way. You are their mercy. Because somebody who you are going to for hunting say, turn around and say you are the hunted. That is, you are finished. In the wild bush, he can turn around and shoot you. That's Nigerian politician. And Fubara is not an excuse. Unless he begin, so even at this point, without this meeting they held abroad, and he came back, since that time he came back, and suddenly, everybody has just kept, the whole issue of the flame of emergency rule, do this, is dying, and he is not speaking much, he's not talking much again, he's quietly. And now, this morning, the spirit in him has just vamoosed overnight, and then he's not interested in going back to the government house in Port Harcourt. Something is wrong. I mean, when you are telling, we are not mumu, according to one of Omohane's national president. He said, one voice is mumu. Nigerians are not speaking one voice. That's why I'm speaking one of them, so he can speak with you. He said, one voice is mumu. When everyone is speaking with one voice, he said it's mumu. Don't confuse me with that your mumu or one voice. So we're not expecting anyone to speak with one voice, because it will be mumu. So let anybody talk as you want. Let the majority. But what we are looking at, what majority are cooking here, you say, why should Goodluck Jonathan then put Goodluck saying he's going to campaign for, when the husband has said it differs? That's the beauty of democracy. And they cook the soup to serve Nigeria. We that are being served, it's us that we decide whether we want to eat or not. But when they've made us so hungry, whatever they cook, we take. God help us. But when you are eating it, you keep, what they call it. I don't want to call it a brand name, but those things they use to stop running stomach. You have it handy, because if you eat this concoction, Nigerian politicians are building for us for time and today, we can give us running stomach. So everybody should dress warm. Have what they call it? Something that stops running stomach. Have that tablet just at the corner of your back. Right. When Wike Ipazu Ugwanyi Oton attend the PDP governors meeting, you now ask, how can people clearly fight, destroy, enter their sitting room, clean up the LCD TV, scatter it, carry the sofa upside down, tow it, remove even they scraped the marble. After all that one, they decided, then pushed it off the Environmental Management Agency, moved the waste. They entered the house and sat down for a meeting. A couple did that to their sitting room and they came back. It's very good. Because the Igbo say, sit at the Modi Babu. But the same Igbo proverb told me, my father said, Mara, Nanyu Lulu na Pawala Akwoka. Because when I see the names that are going to gather at PDP governors meeting, and I'll tell PDP, you are becoming, I think they use you a good party with respect. You guys are going to plant seed with a squirrel in your bag. Good luck, because we all know what you guys are up to. You're just deceiving people. These names they gather here. These names they gather here at me. I thought the PDP governors meeting are meant for governors alone. When we start seeing the ex-governors at the meeting, then it's no more PDP governors. It has become
and the thing is that these people are
National
even
Working Committee.
these people are even already paying down for ambassadorial positions under this current administration. So, Ugwanya, I know.
You are not speaking my mind. These people went to the final nail on the coffin.
Anyway,
it's not from my mouth. Plane strike antelope in Nigerian airport. Which airport is that, Charles?
It's Abuja Airport.
In Abuja Airport. Mm. And you are asking whether is a bush located. Nigerian airports are reclaimed bushes, and the runways are run far, hundreds of meters into the bush for several things. So it's not out of the way. Nigeria airports, we also have a zoo, by the way, and we keep animals. You know, it's a home where, you know, you can keep animals for pets. When you are taking off, you can say bye-bye to antelope, and then you look around the lions and the giraffe. You just say bye-bye to them, but it's part of sightseeing.
I don't understand it.
You don't understand?
An antelope on the runway.
What do you think out of the box? Nigerian national, what the NCAA, they have a way of making your travel in Nigeria very, very fine, beautiful. The next thing, I just hope they will keep the elephant back. It's an antelope, that's why we are talking. Because the day they are playing, we hit the elephant. That day, Nigeria, they will have to close down the whole airport and then relocate the zoo far from. Because among them, the people who are the zookeepers are the ones who are running the airport.
How do you know that?
Because if you keep antelopes for pets, what if you manage? There are a lot of, you know what they say, they have multi-talents. You also do zoo, zoology, zoo animal keeping, manage with the airports, and then you have to manage that, and that's what makes you employable in any Nigerian airport. So good luck. Nigerians are wonderful people. You know, these are wonderful things that are happening in Nigeria. There's a rise in cancer. Every other thing we cover. Tribune. So there's a rise in cancer. People below, just immediately above 50. I mean, high rise in cancer. Charles,
below 50.
Are we safe? Me and you?
I really don't know what the reason, but again, I think the reasons were basically about the fact that people are more prone to eating things that are mostly canned, not healthy. That's the reason why, you know.
They always want something to tell us. Are we the rising? Is it all over the world? Is it Nigeria? Are we the only Nigerians eating those canned food?
It's
I
actually
was with a friend yesterday. They gave him a bottled drink. He finished it, and halfway, the thing went just small at the bottom of the plate. And he looked, he said, it has a taste. I said, you have finished consuming. He said, the taste is not. When you look at it, the thing expired 4 months ago.
Wow.
A drink. I don't want to call the name of the drink. And it's a joint in ENUGU. I called the person who is served us. He was just saying, hey.
4 months ago.
4 months. Expired in February.
Wow. And
that's some of things. Okay. ASU said something about corruption. The Imo State government versus PDP, they are sponsoring the first plane, international flight to leave the former governor of, what's the name of that? Sam Mbakwe's International Airport. So the first flight was to go to Mecca for pilgrim. That's go into the history, because at least every airport, international airport, to launch their first flight to Mecca shows that we are Nigerians, we are accommodating. So, good luck, Nigerians, as we wait for their 2027 soup. Don't kill us with it.
So we're looking forward to it.
Thank you, Charles.
Many thanks, Chris, as always. It's been one interesting time with you. Every single weekday morning with the reviews on our dailies. So we're back after the short break. Just stay with us.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges. completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Welcome back. Recently, we saw the Dangote Refinery CEO talking about Dangote himself praising the president for the reforms, something he hadn't done in the last. There was this, collaborations that has sparked some widespread discourse regarding how these two organizations are putting the pricing of petrol products. Well, we have with us to talk about this and even more an international expert when it comes to oil and gas. We're talking about Nick Agule. He is on Zoom this morning. Good to have you. Thank you for joining us. Good morning. All right. Are you excited about this new collaboration that Dangote has found with the new leadership of the NNPC, and how much of this collaboration would help stabilize the pricing on the oil and gas sector?
Thank you very much for that question. I am not excited about the collaboration because, in fact, if the regulators in Nigeria know what they are doing, they shouldn't sit and watch a collaboration like this. Why am I saying this? Dangote Refinery and the NNPCL, which is the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, are competitors. They are not collaborators, they are competitors. They are doing the same business. Yeah, Dangote has a refinery. He's refining petrol and putting it in the market. The NNPCL has got 4 refineries. They are expected to be refining petrol and putting it in the market. And then they are expected to fight each other in the marketplace. There needs to be a price war between the two of them to try and take the market. And it is only by having that price war that we as consumers can get the right prices, the fair pricing. Imagine that the news out there is that MTN and Airtel have gone into a collaboration so that they can supply telephone tonight. Is that going to be good news for us? It's not good news for us because we didn't know that instead of them to go into a price war, they are joining hands to fix prices for us. So to me, a lot of Nigerians may jump at this kind of news, more so because a lot of people think that the NNPCL is some sort of government agency that is regulating the petroleum industry, which is quite wrong. The NNPCL is a company operating in the petroleum sector just like Dangote is operating, Shell is operating, Mobil is operating, Total is operating, Chevron is operating. It's a company. It has nothing to do with government regulation of the industry. So if one company is now in bed with another company, when both of them should be out in the market looking for our money and engaging in a price war, I won't say that I'm excited about that. And of course, the regulator of the downstream sector, which is the Nigeria Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, and of course, the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Council should call these two companies together and ask them what is the nature of this collaboration that you're talking about. Because if it is going to lead to price fixing, then you are committing a crime for which your managers will be charged to court. So this is what the least I expect of the regulators, to try and find out what this collaboration is all about.
Yeah, I mean, quite an interesting discourse, and the way you've put it. I remember in the last, under Kyari, there was this consistent fighting. There was no week you wouldn't see a headline about Dangote going against the NNPC. But, it's quite shocking that this new administration, you know, it was so easy in terms of seamlessness, in terms of their collaboration. One would wonder, it does look like it seems that both of them would work against the interest of the common man. But to what extent really? Because by and large, we know that Dangote, NNPC has 20% stake in Dangote's refinery. Don't you think that that's the reason why this collaboration is happening?
First of all, I don't even think that the stake that the NNPCL has got in Dangote refinery is up to 20% anymore, because sometime last year, either before the commencement of refining activities at the Dangote refinery or before, there was a controversy that was raised by Dangote refinery that the NNPCL did not pay for their share capital that they took in Dangote refinery. And then I think Dangote announced, if I remember well, that it's now down to 13.5% or something. But whatever be the case, the fact is that the NNPCL holds shares in Dangote refinery. But just to, before I go forward, let me take on the Carey era in the NNPCL when he was a group CEO. The fight that Mele Carey led NNPCL that they had with Dangote refinery was not a fight for the betterment of the consumer. It was not. It was a selfish fight by the NNPCL, who wanted to become a monopoly to supply Dangote refinery's products. So that fight, in fact, the genesis of that fight was the fact that the NNPCL already had an arrangement where they were blending PMS in mortar. And then when Dangote refinery was to come on stream, both the NNPCL and the regulator, for strange reasons, a regulator siding with another operator in the industry, were bad-mouthing Dangote refinery, saying Dangote refinery was not licensed, Dangote refinery products were below standard and all of that. Just imagine that, you know, because the thing in the oil industry is not as clear to Nigerians as other sectors. So just imagine that the Central Bank of Nigeria, which is the regulator of the banking industry, is siding with Zenith Bank against GT Bank. This is what was happening, as bad as that was. And unfortunately, the man who is the head of the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority is still in his job as we speak today. But what happened clearly was, as I have said, Central Bank, regulator of the entire industry, siding with Zenith Bank to fight GT Bank. That is what was happening in the Mele Kyari era. And it was not for the good of the consumer. When the fight got to a point where the NNPCL now say, oh, who will be the sole supplier of Dangote refineries petroleum products for the Nigerian market. Again, it was terrible for somebody who have their own refinery, and yet they allowed their own refinery to die, and they were now struggling over the products of another refinery that they were the only people to supply it. Until under pressure, they succumbed, and Dangote started supplying petroleum products through other marketers into the Nigerian market. So that was the kind of fight that was happening during the Mele Kyari era. It was an ignominious era. It was not for the good of the consumer. Mele Kyari came, found dead refineries, and left us with dead refineries. Even the ones he said he has refurbished, it has emerged that they are not working. So basically what Mele Kyari did is nothing more than what the other man, what's his name, who was a minister for aviation, who went and painted an Ethiopian airline aircraft in Nigerian colors and came and did a fanfare to launch Air Nigeria, or is it Nigeria in Abuja, before he left office. That is what Mele Kyari left with us. So all this fight was not for our good, and the collaboration that they are now having, the Dangote refinery and NNPCL, is also not for our good. Let the NNPCL be a true competitor to Dangote refinery, so that we can, as Nigerians, know that we are paying fair prices for petroleum products. And I can assure you that we are not paying fair prices, because if you look at the international crude oil market, between the time that Dangote refinery started refining, I think they started refining in January of 2024, and I think by the time they started to refine PMS was about July, August of last year, 2024. Crude oil prices have gone as high as $91. And as we speak today, crude oil prices are $65. I just checked the market before I came online now. Now imagine that kind of fall in pricing. Yet Nigerians are still buying petrol close to the 1,000 naira mark. There has been no significant fall in the pump price of petrol, given that crude oil price have come down from $91 to do you know that it actually went below $60? Crude oil prices went below $60. And we are not seeing that at the pump. Why aren't we seeing it at the pump? There is no one else to compete with Dangote refinery. It's the dominant supplier. There's no one else. Because if, for instance, NNPCL 4 refineries were up and running, 445,000 barrels were working, then the NNPCL will be pushing products in the market, Dangote refinery will be pushing products in the market, and for them to sell, they will start cutting prices. If Dangote cuts their price, NNPCL will cut their price, or NNPCL will cut their price, Dangote will cut their price. And today, we should be buying petrol in the neighborhood of that kind of 500 to 600 naira. Yet, we are buying close to 1,000. So you can see that Dangote refinery is just having a field day, making a lot of money. The only competition to Dangote refinery today, as we speak, is if anybody, whether the NNPC or any major marketer, goes to import petroleum products. We just look at how much is the cost of importation.
So, by your analogy, this collaboration should not be happening. In fact, they should be competing, not collaborating in this sense. But one would wonder, is it not then about time that you feel that the NNPC should really sell the refineries, or maybe even lease it, so that we could have some sort of competition with Dangote refineries?
More than about time. More than. These are the kind of things that one had expected that President Tinubu was going to deal with immediately he took office. As President Tinubu took office in May 2023, the whole thinking was that because he's an oil industry man, and he has watched the performance of these refineries in the care of the NNPCA over time, for over 20 years and counting, that these refineries have not refined any barrels of crude oil, and yet they are paying billions to staff who have been there doing nothing, and that these refineries were actually sold in 2007 by the President Obasanjo regime, in the twilight of the President Obasanjo regime. Put all these things together should have made President Tinubu to realize that I can go back and sell these refineries. If investors put over $1 billion on these refineries, for in fact, 51% share of the refineries back in 2007, that I can go back and sell them. And if President Tinubu, in the first 6 months in office, had asked the Bureau for Public Enterprises to pick up the template that they used in selling the refineries in 2007, and brush up the template, update that template with current realities, and put the refineries in the market, we could have sold the refineries by now. And I can assure you that it would have taken, if we sold the refineries in 2023, by 2024, some of the refineries would have come back into operation already. And today we will have a real competitor in the market with Dangote refinery. Otherwise, where we are now, Nigerians are just being roasted with high petroleum product prices.
So, by your analogy, it means that the pricing for the petroleum product is not fair to Nigerians. If the crude is sold to Dangote in Naira, I mean, we would see at least significant drop, you know, in the pricing so far. Right now, people still buy fuel for as much as $9.20, $9.40, as the case may be. Do you think there are safety nets, especially for Nigerians, in terms of helping them wade off this collaboration that is coming between NNPC and Dangote? Do you think that the Nigerian populace, the Nigerian market, actually have, you know, some sort of respite if this collaboration continues?
So first of all, the crude for Naira deal on its own will not crash petroleum products prices. Because like today now, Brent crude, which is the one that Nigerian crude is used to sell at, is $65. So if the NNPCL is to supply Brent crude, to supply crude, our crude is like avocados or Bonny Light and all that, but it's sold at Brent crude prices. So assuming the NNPCL were to supply crude oil to Dangote refinery today, the crude oil will be priced at $65. The issue is the currency of payment, whether it is dollar or it's Naira. So if it is crude for Naira, then Dangote will have to pay Naira, which is collecting from Nigerians at the pump. It will just pay the Naira to the NNPCL and they take the crude. So you can see that whether the crude is sold in dollars or is sold in Naira, on its own cannot crash crude oil, petroleum product prices, because Dangote is buying at $65 anyway. You understand? Except if the Nigerian government now says, okay, because the crude oil belongs to us and we are producing it at, say, $40. So let us now sell it to Dangote refinery at $55 so that we can just make a $10 profit. That one is capable of them bringing the price of petroleum products down. But the crude for Naira, a lot of Nigerians mistake it. The cost of the crude itself to Dangote refinery is the same, whether it's paid in Naira or it's paid in dollars. It is just the settlement. Okay, now that I have, it's like, let me put it in a very simple analogy for Nigerians to understand. You came out of your house, you wanted to go and buy bread. The bread is sold at $2. When you buy the bread, you and the seller of the bread, we agree in what currency should I pay you. If it is in Naira, you just pay 2,000 Naira and walk away. If it's in dollar, you pay the $2. To you, the cost of the bread is still $2, regardless of the currency that you use in settling. So that's the kind of thing I'm talking about. So back to the point that you raised about the collaboration. These two companies are competitors. They are not collaborators. And the earlier the regulator of the industry, which is the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, and the Federal Consumer Council, the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Council, waiting to find out what is the basis for this your collaboration. What is it? Is it going to lead to Nigeria not getting fair pricing? That is the reason why they are there in their offices this morning, on a Monday morning. So what we expect the NNPCA to be doing is to go to their refineries and see how they are going to fix them. And if they cannot fix them, they should just raise the surrender flag, the white flag, and say we have surrendered. So that President Tinubu can, at that point, decide what to do with the refineries. This is what we expect of the NNPCL, not going to Dangote refinery and looking for a way to distribute Dangote refineries petroleum products when their own refineries are down and they are paying staff and nothing is happening there.
I mean, you have really simplified this discussion, but one would wonder, we own this product. Why should we price it in dollars? Why don't we price it in our currency and sell to our own indigenous refineries so that the prices of these things will come down? I mean, look at what's going on in Libya, what's going on in other countries in the North Africa. The prices of the fuel there is far lower than what we have in Nigeria, including the population that we have against theirs. One will wonder, why don't we price this oil, this crude in our country, because it belongs to us?
Yes, so the point you have made is a very valid point. We own the crude, so why should we price it at market prices and then have petroleum products very expensive in the country where people are struggling to afford their rent? Workers this morning going to work. A lot of them are spending more than 50% of their earnings on transportation costs alone, before you talk about other costs like housing, food, and healthcare and every education. But I had, on several occasions, offered President Tinubu the option, because he is also the Minister for Petroleum, to say that why don't the Nigerian government enter into the same agreement that we entered with foreign refineries? Why don't we enter that same agreement with Dangote Refinery, whereby Nigerian government does not even need to sell crude oil to Dangote Refinery? We just supply to Dangote Refinery crude oil, 200,000 barrels, and tell Dangote Refinery that refine this crude oil for us and supply the products to us, so that we can now sell them to Nigerians at cheaper rates. And yet, as a country, we'll be making money from the sale of the crude oil, and at the same time, Nigerians will be buying petrol far cheaper. We can enter an agreement like that. Why can't we enter an agreement like that? If we entered agreements like that with foreign refinery, why are we not entering it with Dangote Refinery? But question number 2 is that, does Nigeria have that crude oil to supply to Dangote Refinery? Do we have it? That's the question. Because all of the crude oil that is produced in Nigeria does not belong to Nigeria alone. Nigeria only has its own share from the crude oil, either from the joint venture or from the production sharing contract. You know, because the other operators, which is the international oil companies and the indigenous oil companies operating in the Nigerian oil sector, they also have their own share of crude oil. And the federal government cannot force their hands to supply their crude oil to Dangote Refinery, because some of them took loans to invest in the oil field on the promise that when crude oil is produced, they will use the crude oil to pay for the loans. So for a company that enters such an agreement, and there are many of them, because I operated in that industry for many years, they now produce the crude oil, and then the federal government hijacks the crude oil and says, give it to Dangote Refinery, instead of giving it to the person who gave you the loan to help you to produce the crude oil in the first place. This will just break the agreement and make Nigeria a no-go place for investors. So the real other issue that President Tinubu should be dealing with is that, why should the United States of America have 50 billion barrels of crude oil in reserve, and they are producing more than 10 million barrels per day, and Nigeria has 37 billion barrels reserve, and we're only producing less than 2 million? You know, just find a way to increase this production. You know, when President Tinubu came into office in May 2023, if he had called a summit of all the stakeholders in the oil industry in Nigeria to say that, look, 2 things. Number 1, I know that we produced 2.5 million barrels in Nigeria before. What can I do as your president for us to at least go back to that 2.5 million barrels, because the infrastructure to produce it is already there? That's number 1. Number 2, what will I do as your president to enable you push our production up to like 5 million barrels in the next 3 to 5 years? What should I do as your president? And by now, if production was ramping up to the 2.5 million barrels, we could probably in 2026, where we are now, be producing that 2 million or the 2.5 million barrels. And imagine if we increase production by 500,000 barrels, and we decided that we are going to give all of it to Dangote Refinery, so that later Dangote Refinery will be refining the products for Nigeria. Today we'll be buying products at much cheaper rates. So you see, there seems not to be movement on the side of government in terms of decision making and policy making in regards to this thing. This government will soon be 2 years in office. They might think they have all the time. They don't have all the time. You know, when you have a program and you enter office, you execute your program. Look at Donald Trump. I agree with him or disagree with him, like him or hate him. You know that the man came into office with a program, and he set out to execute the program. So if President Tinubu came into office with an agenda for the oil industry, it should be on now. If he came with an agenda for the power sector, it should be on now. If he came with an agenda for domestic gas, it should be on now. If he came with an agenda for our steel plants, it should be on now. If he came with an agenda with railways, it should be on now. If he came with an agenda for agriculture, it should be on now. Same with an agenda for manufacturing, same with an agenda for tourism, and all of that. When you come with an agenda, within the first 6 months in office, you really begin the execution of that agenda. So that by the midterm, which is 2 years, you can now be telling Nigerians that look at what I have done in 2 years. What is President Tinubu going to tell us at the half-year mark? Because the issues that he inherited are still there. Insecurity is still there. Agriculture, as a result, is still there. The steel plant, we are not saying everything should start working now, but we are saying, has the journey started? If we ask the question now, power sector, where is the journey that has started to add megawatts to the grid? Where is the journey? That is, I think that President Tinubu, I think he needs to sit up. That will be my conclusion on the matter.
Do you think that Nigeria is ripe for stopping completely importation of fuel from other countries? So many persons say that with the emergence of Dangote refinery, it will seem like our country will be a lot better, our currency will be a lot better. That hasn't really happened. But for you, do you think that with what we have with NNPC and Dangote right now, we are ripe for a total ban on importation of fuel?
I will say two things. Number one, if we ban importation of petroleum products, it will then make Dangote refinery an absolute monopoly. In itself, there's no problem about that. In a lot of economies, you have monopolies. Like even here in the UK, where I'm speaking to you now, the people who bring power to the retailers, who then retail to us, are monopolies. The only thing that happens in a monopoly is that the government then takes very in-depth interest in the pricing of that monopoly. The government does not let the monopoly set prices on its own. Neither is the government setting prices for the monopoly. But what the government does is that the government goes into the books of that monopoly to look at the cost of the monopoly, and they look at the end pricing of the product to ensure that the monopoly is not making super profit. So long as the monopoly is not making super profit, the monopoly is recovering all of its costs with a fair profit applied on it, it's okay. So if we ban, then the NMDPRA, which is the regulator of the downstream sector, and the FCCPC, which is the consumer protection, must be in Dangote refinery to look at Dangote refinery's books. How much is it costing you to refine a liter of petrol? Will allow you profit margin of maybe 5%, 10% on it. This will be the pricing. That is what happens in a monopoly regime. On the other hand, if the government does not ban, then importation remains our only hope for competition in the industry. Since no other refinery in Nigeria has the scale of Dangote refinery, if there is no ban, then importation will remain the only basis for why Dangote refinery may fear competition and reduce prices for us. So it's left for the government to decide on what they want to do. But for me, the real solution will be, whilst we are discussing this, our 4 refineries should be going to the private sector to operate.
All right. There's this refinery that we're hearing that might come up sometime soon, somewhere in Akwa Ibom. I think BUA is looking to establish its own refinery pretty soon. But I'm wondering if you think that Nigeria needs more refineries right now in order to be able to even beat the price down. Do you think competition would do that, and to what extent? This collaboration that NNPC and Dangote is doing, do you think that it would also extend that to this refinery if it comes on board? What are Nigerians really gaining from this whole collaborations? Because it does seem that Nigerians are not gaining anything significant, because when this Dangote refinery came on board, we were thinking that prices are going to come down, over time. But this is around more than a year or so, and up until this moment, it doesn't look like these prices are actually going to come down. What are the importance or the advantages of having more refineries? And do you also think that modular refineries should also come on stream? What are the advantages and what are the disadvantages?
So first of all, NNPCL's 445,000 barrels per day capacity refineries alone is enough for the Nigerian market. The Nigerian market, I don't think the Nigerian market demands more than what that kind of output is. So the Dangote refinery, 650,000 barrels capacity, is already over and above the demand in the Nigerian market. And that is why Dangote is exporting some of its products. So the question is that, does Nigeria need more refineries now? The answer is yes. We can have more refineries, but not for the Nigerian market. Because the Nigerian market, as we stand now, the capacity that we have in country, which is coming from the 650,000 barrels Dangote refinery is already enough. And like you say, the Boa refinery is also the construction work is on, could be coming on stream this year or next year. I'm not sure about the facts about that. But the thing is that Singapore does not produce a barrel of crude oil. Not one barrel of crude oil does Singapore produces, not one. And yet, Singapore's refining capacity is about 1.5 million barrels per day. 1.5 million barrels per day. That means if you add Dangote refinery to the NNPCL refinery to the Boa refinery, you have still not yet got to Singapore's refining capacity. So, and the Singaporean market, given the small size of Singapore, is not the one consuming all of those products. Instead, Singapore is refining petroleum products and selling it to even the likes of Nigeria, which is an oil producer. So if we want to have more refineries, it's a welcome idea. So that if at the end, Nigeria does not even export any crude oil again, we don't export any crude oil again, all the crude oil that we produce, we put them through the refineries that are in Nigeria, and we refine them, and then we sell them to consumers abroad. It is better for our economy because, you see, we are adding value to the crude oil. The refineries are in Nigeria. They are going to create jobs, and they pay taxes, and it will make our economy to be better. So that what we are now selling to consumers outside the country are refined products. So these are the kind of areas that you expect government to be looking at to say, look, how are we going to create an enabling environment? What can we do to attract investors to come and set up more refineries in Nigeria so that we will just be refining all of our crude oil before we export?
Interesting. How do you think the international community is reacting to Dangote's refinery? I mean, they have made a lot of monies from Nigeria's, over the years importing fuel from them. How do you think they are adjusting, to what we already have right now? And do you think that they would have other plans going forward?
Yes. So they made a lot of money from us, truly, because for a long time, 20 years or more, Nigeria as a major oil producer was not refining. So our crude oil was going abroad. They were refining for us and sending it back to us. Now that Dangote refinery has come, let me also add a caveat that even now that Dangote refinery has come, importation of petroleum products is still happening in Nigeria. NNPCL is still importing petroleum products. It's just that it's no longer importing it at the volume that they were doing before Dangote refinery started. And the people that we were buying petroleum products from, they will have a loss in market share. Our market, they will have a loss. But it's not an issue because, you see, as we speak today, the world is still demanding more petroleum products than are being produced. So there will always be market elsewhere. That's why Dangote Refinery himself has reported selling petroleum products to the likes of Saudi Aramco in Saudi Arabia, to the United States, to Europe, and all of that, and then even to Africa. So it's a free world. Oil moves across boundaries. The thing with the oil, crude oil, is that if you look at an economy like the US is producing maybe 13 million barrels per day. You know, they are producing more than 10 million barrels, what Nigeria is producing. Yet the US is importing crude oil. Yet the US is exporting crude oil. So that is the way it works. The US has a huge refining capacity. Their refining capacity is above 10 million barrels per day as well. Yet the US is still importing petroleum products. Yet the US is still exporting petroleum products. So when it comes to petroleum, it's not a hard and fast rule to say that, oh, if you have a Dangote refinery, then everything must be consumed from Dangote refinery and all that. No, Dangote refinery can export, can supply Nigerian market. Nigeria can export crude oil, can import crude oil, and you know that's the way it works. The petrol moves, crude oil and petroleum products. They move in line with the ownership. They don't move in line with national boundaries. So that's the way it happens.
Have we completely harnessed the importance or the advantages that comes with modular refineries? If we haven't, how can we do that? Because I was thinking that that could have been the way to go in order to be quick in putting competition at the front burner.
So the advantage with modular refineries is that you don't have to have a full refinery built before you start refining petroleum products. Because if you see that Dangote refinery that is there now, that refinery itself is in modules. There is a module for PMS, there's a module for AGO, which is diesel, there's a module for aviation fuel, there's a module for LPG, which is what we call cooking gas. There's a module for other products like asphalt and all of that, and petrochemicals that come off a refinery. So a modular refinery is meant to be an easy to construct refinery. Usually it's already like constructed already, and then you just bring it and then install it for one module. So you can just install the module for diesel production only, and then you take in crude oil and refined diesel and all of that. It's meant to expand refining such that you don't have to have money like Dangote's $20 billion before you can operate a refinery. You can have less than that, even less than $1 billion, and you set up a modular refinery to now produce. The question is that a lot of people have got licenses in Nigeria to set up modular refineries. A few of them are up and running, but the majority of those licenses are live west, which is another area that the government needs to look into. You know, President Tinubu is the Minister for Petroleum. For me, I think he's too busy to be looking into some of these things. If he releases a portfolio to a full minister, the minister will look into modular refinery and say, how many people have got licenses? And how many people have even started the design work for the refinery, not talking about construction? And you have not started anything. We will take the refinery, the license from you and award it to people who have the capacity to do it. That is how you manage an economy. You know, people go to office, they need to be working. You need to be dealing with the matters that are on your table. We can't just let this economy to be running on a free fall as it is now.
Petroleum pricing over the years have been a tool, especially political tool, in order for politicians in power to sway votes, to some extent. Do you see that playing out in this particular administration as we head on to the 2027 general elections? Because a whole lot of persons also feel that the pricing by the Dangote and NNPC is actually very, very high. And so do you see a situation where the current administration would decide to bring down the pump price just as we head on to 2027 election in order to sway votes?
The pricing is very high. I can assure you that the pricing is very high. We are buying petroleum products at Platts, which is the international price at which petroleum products are sold. But Nigerians are not earning to go to work. She's earning 3,000 pounds, 3,000 pounds a month. If you convert that to Nigerian money, it's over 6 million. Imagine a primary school teacher earning 6 million naira a month. Yeah, but she's paying petroleum products at Platt in the UK, and a Nigerian worker who is on 70,000 naira is also forced to pay for petroleum products at Platt. It's too expensive, because like the cost per liter of petrol here in the UK now is 1.3, So, but even just say, let's just for analysis sake, we say it's even £2. If it is £2, my daughter will be able to buy 1,500 liters of petrol at £2 with her salary. But now, let's say petrol in Nigeria is 1,000 naira. Somebody who is on minimum wage of 70,000 naira can only buy 70 liters. So the man in Nigeria can only buy 70 liters of petrol. My daughter can buy 1,500 liters of petrol. Can you see the difference in terms of what we're talking about? So the price is rather too high. And the things that the government will not do to bring the prices down, the government is not doing it, which is basically our refinery, number one, basically looking at things like power supply. Because, it is a lot of the petroleum products are going into generating sets to generate power. And if power supply was improving, then the demand for petroleum products for generating sets will fall. And, the lower the demand, the lower the price for products. And then the government should be looking at mass transportation. Mass transportation, my daughter that I'm talking about now, she didn't carry a car to work. She just walk to the bus station, she take a bus. So that bus is mass transportation. There are trains, mass transportation. So if you look at all of that traffic coming into Lagos, coming into Abuja, people are sitting alone in their car, driving to work and burning petroleum products. Whereas if 10,000 of them were on one train, they will all be paying for the same petroleum product that the train is using. And by the way, as we speak here today, trains are using electricity, and that electricity is coming from renewable energy, which is solar or wind or hydro. So if that be the case, then we will not be depending on these petroleum products that much again. So there's still a lot of work for the government to do to make
Nick,
to make
many
things
thanks.
better
We
for
truly,
Nigerians.
really appreciate you for breaking it down for us the way and manner you've done this morning. Many thanks for your time. Truly appreciate it.
Thank you very much, and have a nice day.
All right. We are back after the short break. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
cultural heritage during the Cultural Carnival of the 2025 Batch A Stream 1 orientation course. The corps members from various platoons showcased traditions, dances and attires of Nigeria's diverse ethnic groups, including Fulani, Bini, Efik, Igbo, Tiv, Igala, Ijaw, and Yoruba cultures. The carnival, which crowns the 3-week orientation program, is aimed at fostering unity and cultural appreciation among participants. In her address, the ENUGU State Coordinator of NYSC, Oluwakemi Awolola, underscored the essence of the carnival in fostering national unity and cohesion. Awolola also expressed gratitude to the traditional rulers present at the event for their contribution to the success of the occasion.
In their ingenuity, they have been able to portray the different diverse culture in our country. Not only that, they were able to, in their ingenuity, they were able to show us that in our diversity there is unity, that we are still united. And that is why you see a corps member from the north, from the northeast, from the northwest, dancing perfectly and excellently well, presenting the Igbo culture. They were all here, they were all excited. They were all doing it with zeal, with so much joy. You can see that there is hope for our nation. And what NYSC stands for, that unity and integration, we are able to witness it here today.
Speaking on the occasion, His Royal Highness Igwe Aou Uhala of Ezineri Ngbidi Kingdom and Igwe-elect of Ohaja Autonomous Community, Kingsley Okeke, commended the corps members for their vibrant displays and the NYSC's efforts in fostering cultural integration.
We are very, very proud to welcome all of you, that you will stay in your 1-year service to the nation peacefully, and at the end of the day, we will go home rejoicing to the glory of God.
The leadership of the NYSC, I will surely not miss out. Our wonderful mother, yes, I heard when they mentioned that, mother. And I'll still stand on that word, mother. Mrs. Oluwakemi Awolola, the great woman of virtue, the woman that has turned things around, because it had never been like this before now.
Some corps members who spoke to Signature TV shared their reflections of the carnival's significance, highlighting its impact on their understanding of Nigeria's diversity.
I represent the attire I represent the king of the jaws, which is popularly known as Pere. So the Ijaw people, as you can see, they live in rural areas, they cover 8 local governments. The Ijaw tribe is a very strong tribe, it's a very powerful tribe. They don't bow to any king, they are very well cultured and respectful people. The carnival was a nice experience. It's here we represent different cultures. So people that from other lands can understand different cultural meanings of different tribes in Nigeria. So it brings that core meaning to the NYSC program, which is unifying cultures that be separated from due to land and geographical needs.
And I'm the Tiv of the Tiv community. Tiv people are known for their agriculture, and they are also warriors. They are one of the largest yam farmers in the whole of West Africa. So basically what we just did was we portrayed their rich culture, and I really enjoyed the experience. It was a nice one, getting to know about the Tiv culture. Representing ethnic culture is a very nice experience with me. At least I've come to know that there's a culture who the ethnic and their lives and their culture is rich too. Because most people think it's only Igbo outside Yoruba. So it's nice to experience every part of it.
Highlight of the event was the masquerade display by the host communities and the presentation of gifts in Enugu. Emmanuel Tewasi for Signature TV.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Amid rising insecurity in parts of Nigeria, a former Minister of Defense, Theophilus Danjuma, has called Nigerians to defend themselves against bandits. But is arm bearing the best way to save ourselves as Nigerians? Today, we are on the streets of Abuja to get the opinion of Nigerians.
Without mincing words, I will say yes, because everybody knows the situation that we are facing in Nigeria regarding insecurity. Truly, to be candid, I am one of the advocates clamoring for state policing, because like we have youths, gallant youths that can really help this country in tackling insecurity. Yes, because in my area, in my clan, or let's say in my district or hamlet, we have places that somebody from Lagos, if he's been posted there, does not know the terrain where all these bad people are, or will not even know what is happening in the community. But my people know what is happening, so they can help in tackling insecurity in one way or the other.
Very, very serious. It's a serious issue. Like Benue State. No, I don't support that. Because if you do that, it's going to cause a more war. Because a normal man on the street can get angry and bring a gun from the pocket and shoot somebody down. So I don't support it.
Nigerians should be allowed to bear firearms. I would like to have my own gun. For example, I stay at Buhari. I can't go home once it is late. I'm scared. And once it is late, 5:30, 6, I can't leave Buhari because I'll be checking what time will I get back. It's everywhere is something else now. I have to be careful where I enter, even in this Abuja. I have to be careful where I enter. It's bad now, especially if you want to be a farmer. You can't farm again. You have to be careful. And you go into a secluded environment, a quiet area inside the bush or something. Somebody can just meet you there and you don't know what's next. So Nigerians should be allowed to have their own equipment, their own weapons, their own firearms, so that they can defend themselves. This is the only way we can preserve our lands, preserve ourselves, our lives, because the government has proved to us time and again that they are not interested in our well-being, they are not interested in our safety, they are not interested in anything that has to do with the common man, provided it does not serve their selfish interest or political interest.
No, I don't. I don't. Because it's going to cause chaos, afterwards. It's not by bearing the arms to defend. Most people now have ulterior motives to use it for stealing and other uncalled activities.
Nigeria insecurity, of course, is getting worse because last year more worse than this. Well, guys may not want to say that because it's not that simple to say. But if the situation is not arrested, of course, that's the eventual outcome you get. Whether it is support or not, people will do that, they will process it somehow.
I'm not in support of carrying God for people or something like that. It's not. It's getting worse because no work for the youth. That is why this kidnapping of a thing is rampant now. They never little assets now. So many people get gone for house already without government authority. Topless government come and say we should be carrying gun something like that. We will kill ourselves at the end of the day.
The insecurity that is happening in our country is not palatable at all, because it's people's life that is going on, it's precious blood that is wasting.
I think there's something. I was somewhere, somebody said, you see this blood that is wasting, is speaking somewhere. I know blood is sacred. That's this I believe. Say you have to be proactive, not to be reactive. Yes, I know that they have said we should carry firearms and all that, but if everyone start carrying firearms, if this person look for my trouble, the next thing is share. You know, I know that is at the long run is for defense mechanism.
That's the opinion of Nigerians. From the nation's capital, Abuja, I am Nasiru Usman for Signature TV.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Every year, millions of people around the world are diagnosed with cancer, a disease that remains one of the leading causes of death globally. Yet, a growing body of evidence suggests that the power to prevent and manage cancer lies not only in medical treatments, but also in the way we live and the food we eat. Dietary choices play a pivotal role in reducing the risk of developing cancer and in helping manage its progression for those already diagnosed. What we consume can influence cellular health, reduce inflammation, and protect our DNA from damage that might lead to cancer. Fruits and vegetables are at the heart of cancer preventive diet. They are rich in antioxidants, vitamins, and fiber nutrients that help fight oxidative stress and inflammation, both of which can contribute to cancer development. The more colorful the plate, the better. Brightly colored vegetables like spinach, kale, and carrots contain a variety of phytonutrient powerful compounds that supports immune function and protects against cancer. But diet is only one piece of the puzzle. Regular physical activity is just as important. Studies have shown that exercise can lower the risk of various cancers, including breast, colon, and endometrial cancer. It not only helps maintain a healthy weight, but also improves immune function, reduces inflammation, and supports overall health. Aim for at least 30 minutes of moderate exercise most days of the week. This doesn't mean you need to run marathons. Even a brisk walk, a dance class, or yoga can have significant benefits for your health. Hydration is another essential part of cancer prevention. Drinking plenty of water helps flush toxins from the body, aids digestion, and supports the detoxification process. Opting for whole unprocessed foods, grains, legumes, and seeds adds valuable fiber to the diet, which promotes digestive health and may reduce the risk of colorectal cancer. Healthy fats also play a role in cancer prevention. Olive oil, nuts, and seeds are rich in monosaturated fats that promote heart health and fight inflammation. Additionally, turmeric, with its active ingredient curcumin, is known for its anti-inflammatory properties and has shown promise in fighting cancer cells in various studies. It's important to limit refined sugars and processed foods. Research has shown that excessive sugar consumption can fuel the growth of cancer cells, while processed foods can introduce harmful chemicals into the body. Instead, opt for nutrient-dense snacks like nuts, berries, or even a small piece of dark chocolate. These are not only satisfying but also offer health benefits. Equally crucial to our health are the ways in which we manage stress. Chronic stress has been linked to an increased risk of cancer, as it can weaken the immune system and increase inflammation. Mindfulness meditation and deep breathing exercises can help reduce stress levels, fostering a calmer, more balanced mind and body. Strong social connections and emotional well-being are vital components of overall health. Research suggests that people who maintain close relationships and engage in positive social interactions are better equipped to manage stress and improve their resilience against illness. This connection with others can also provide essential emotional support, which is crucial for individuals managing cancer. Sleep, often overlooked, is another cornerstone of cancer prevention. During sleep, the body repairs itself, regenerates cells, and strengthens the immune system. Chronic sleep deprivation can increase the risk of cancer by disrupting hormone levels, impairing immune function, and raising stress. Aim for 7 to 9 hours of quality sleep each night to help maintain your body's natural defenses. Incorporating these lifestyle changes doesn't require drastic measures or extreme diets. It's about making small, sustainable choices every day. By focusing on whole plant-based foods, regular physical activity, stress management, and adequate sleep, you can create a foundation of health that can reduce your cancer risk and improve your quality of life. Whether you're looking to prevent cancer or supporting the healing process after a diagnosis. Cancer prevention and management is not just about one specific action, but rather about a holistic approach, a lifestyle that nurtures the body, mind, and the spirit. Every positive choice you make, from the food on your plate to the way you care for yourself, plays a role in fostering a healthier, stronger life. And while we cannot always control every factor, we have the power to choose how we respond, how we live, and ultimately, how we thrive. A healthier tomorrow begins with the choices you make today. Choose wisely.
Every second, every minute, every
Welcome back. This is Signature Morning on Signature TV. It's a Monday, May 12th, 2025. Charles here. Hope you're good. So we are going to be talking about the IMF loan that was given to Nigeria on COVID-19 some few years back. We're hearing that the repayment has been done in full in one of the reports that we actually received. We have with us on the other side of the studio Abdul Mumin Musa Omia is an academician and a sociologist. Thank you so much for joining us. Good morning. Hello, Musa, can you hear me? Musa, can you hear me? Okay, we'll just head on to a very short break. We'll be back after this. Just stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
All right, welcome back. Hopefully we have rectified the issue. Musa, can you hear me? Hello, Musa. Okay, Musa is supposed to be in the Burning Kebbi studio in Kebbi State. He's supposed to be talking to us about the COVID-19 IMF loan, repayment hurdles, and for struggling economies. We understand that some few days back, it was reported that Nigeria had paid its loan in full, and whether the issue has been resolved, whether the loan was actually solve the problem or the reasons why it was even taken in the first place. One would wonder the things. We didn't have a lot of problems with COVID-19. We know how the world was, especially in Europe, America, and Asia. We understand that a lot of people lost their lives. There were a shutdown of the economies. A plane could not fly. People could not move from one place to another. But Africa won that particular war, if you like to call it a war. But then some persons think that the loan giving to Nigeria wasn't well utilized. How would you react to that?
Okay, thank you for having me. I think a body, Seraph, actually raised some issues concerning how the loan was actually utilized. And it has been calling for probe. In fact, I think sometimes this year, it also called this regime to probe how this fund was actually utilized. Because when you collect loan, you collected it for a reason. COVID-19 loan was actually collected for a particular purpose. Question the effects of COVID-19, because COVID-19 was, as it was said, a global problem, because it stopped a lot of movements, international movement and domestic movement. It affected countries' economy so gravely that the government decided to go and take loan. And concerning how the loan was utilized, there are a lot of issues. And when we look at it, do we even need the loan at all? Because if we pledge our card very well, we never needed this kind of loans. Because we've had some regimes that came to power to actually even reduce our loans. Like, if you remember, Murtala Mohammed reduced our loan. You can also remember Abacha, who reduced the loan from, I think, 36 billion to around 28 billion. So, concerning how the loan was utilized, because first there was a cash transfer to individuals to cushion the effects, but who got it? How many people got it? So when you look at it, you see that we still have a lot of maternal mortality in the hospitals. This fund was supposed to be used to boost agriculture, to boost our health care system, our infrastructure like roads. But now, up till now, how many roads can we say have been done? Because a lot of people in the rural area, farming and feeding this country, are still don't have roads. Then if you look at the hospital, if you look at the hospital facilities today, you go to hospital, you see a lot of maternal mortality. It's on the rise. Nigeria is one of the highest maternal mortality country in the world. And you look at the, because it's a health issue, COVID-19, so we have to dwell much on the hospital. Because you go to hospital today, you see children dying because some of them come with this throat problem that they need oxygen to clear them. So if you look at, there were even donations apart from this loan. There were donations from EU, USAID, and several bodies of oxygen and other things. Then why are we still having this kind of problem in our hospitals? Why is our agriculture not the way it's supposed to be? Because once to boost agriculture, we should remember that before the oil boom, agriculture was one of our basic internal revenue when oil was not there. And Nigeria was actually built that time using mainly agriculture, because agriculture form around 80% of our GDP, just as oil now, because oil has replaced it. So a lot of issues are still there that as COVID-19 came and actually wind up, we can't really tell the kind of effect this loan has done on us positively per se. But then the loan has been settled, but at times you kind of do your research and you see that the loan has not been settled because there are some percentages that we need to service, because when you collect loan, there's principal amount, then there's interest. Then when you look at this amount that is left, it's something that is worrisome. And it's not only IMF. We have loans with India. That's a bilateral loan. India around $22 million. We have around five point something billion dollars with China. We have loan with Germany. We have loan with France. So we have loan with World Bank. So paying off this loan is something that the regime should be congratulated. But how it was used, my own call is that how it was used, to answer your question properly, I've talked about some certain issues. I think the government, the regime should actually look into what Serap is calling for. Serap is calling for probe. Serap is not there to castigate anybody. And like other CSOs and NGOs and other bodies. And I'm also in line with that call that how this money was used should actually be investigated. And I am also blaming the lenders, because no, I can't blame them because they lend to make actually profits. But then there should be probe on how it was used, who got it, what it was used for. So I think those are some issues we can think around concerning this question.
Right, but with what you have seen and also followed, do you think the loan was adequately utilized?
Honestly, I don't think it was adequately utilized, because when you collect loan, it should be seen on ground what was done with it. Like when you look at, as I told you, when you look at our hospitals, the equipment we had before COVID, most of them are still there. And you go to our hospital today, you see the light problem. Light is a problem in our hospital. You have equipment issues. Doctors are crying for more pay. A lot of issues in the hospital. When you go into our agriculture also, and even our local production, what do we produce? Our product of international standard, has this loan actually impacted on this local production? We produce a lot of things in Nigeria today, because this is part of what weakens our naira. We produce a lot of things in Nigeria today that we supposed to be that's supposed to be at international arena. But most of our products cannot even cross Atlantic Ocean. So these are those kind of things that this loan is supposed to come in and actually see how to solve them. Because if we want to actually utilize this loan very well, let's go back and look at before independence. The loan were collected by the British. Though it was a dubious regime, a colonial regime was actually a dubious one, but we have something to learn from them. Like when they collect loan, when they were even in Nigeria, they collect. Our first loan was around 1923, 24, when we collected around 5 million, I think, pounds that time. Then 1927, we collected another loan to pay to service to actually take care of the project of railway from Lagos to Port Harcourt. So each loan these people collected, though they were doing those projects for their own convenience to serve themselves, but they were actually utilizing this money the way it's supposed to be used, because they knew they were going to benefit from that. But actually, this $3.4 billion that was collected was not actually properly used as it is supposed to be.
All right. I mean, we've seen Serap, go all out sometimes in asking the government to do a lot of things, sometimes going to court. you don't tend to see them, get to a conclusion with some of these issues that they, raise against the government. Notable amongst that is under the last administration of Buhari, 8 years, we know that Serap was very vocal. They now and then they write to the government. Sometimes they even take the government to the courts, and then it ends there. We don't hear anything about it. Why do you think that this particular one that they've embarked upon would be any different, and how different would it be really?
Honestly, I don't think there may not be difference, but they can be silenced and shouldn't be silent, because the courts, who owns the courts? Is the government that owns the courts? Is the government that owns the judges? Is the government that pays the judges? Is the government that the government owns the court, so they can decide to do whatever they want to do. But here is somebody who is trying to tell you that this your house, there's problem with your house, you have to repair this place, you have to repair this place. Or the money you gave out to a contractor to build a house for you, or he did not use it very well. So let's probe the person, let's probe the contractor, or let's probe the engineer that built that house. And you are staying in a rotten house built by somebody you gave huge amount of money, and somebody is telling you let's probe the person, and you are not doing it. What does that make? Does that make sense? So honestly, at this age, Nigerian courts, Nigerian government is not supposed to behave this way. So if an issue is taken to court, the court's supposed to actually look at the issue and invite the parties and discuss issues and a probe. In fact, a government like CSOs are there like a media to actually probe anything that happens in a particular country or a particular community, so that you fix it. Because there are people that do things they think they are doing them right. Then when you put them on watch, you kind of fix them, you kind of fix things. So I don't think the courts will do something different from what happened in the previous regime, because we have a regime that seems to be a little bit even worse than the military regime, because for some of us that actually saw the end of the military regime, we saw some benefits. And when you look at what they did, look at Abacha as a military personnel, as a military head of state, he came and actually dropped down our own external debt. You understand? So the court, as I told you already, is there to serve the interest of the people in power, the affluent people, and that's what I think is playing out. And I think this regime should actually work hard to redeem her own image as far as judiciary is concerned, and as far as COVID-19, $3.4 billion money is concerned. It's not the matter of paying it back; it's a matter of the impact. A lot of impact. We saw a naira hike, and because of that, probably when you collect IMF loan, it comes with a lot of conditionalities. Some conditions may not be spelled out to you, but once you collect the loan, you will see them, like the regulation of naira. We can see how naira became so high. You could remember, like, I think the highest regime that collected external debt was General Buhari. And you can see how naira rose from around, 190 to around, this regime is now 100, is it 1,600 and something now. So each time we collect, we have a higher loan, you see the naira becomes so devalued. And it suffocates our own local economy. It's part of the conditionalities. So we open our border for external investment to come in. You reduce taxes and tariff for foreign investors. So I think the regime should work hard to redeem her image as far as judiciary is concerned, because a lot of Nigerians are watching, and this thing has plunged a lot of Nigerians into problems. Because like now we are having insecurity, and when you have insecurity and your economy is not working well, and you have people you have people in power who are actually just like a parasite to the economy, you can see how much is being spent to run the governance for the
happen anyways. Happen anyways. With the loans that we've collected, and I also hear that we already started repaying. Do you think that if we are faced with a challenge in the magnitude of COVID-19, that our health centers will be able to contain it?
I don't think so, and I don't agree with that. Our health center cannot be able to take care of such issues in case another one surfaces. And if another one starts again, I think it's another loan upon loan that we are going to actually look for. You look at a health center that has a power problem. A health center having power problem. Power is cardinal when you are running a health center. There are drugs that need to stay that need to be kept in refrigerators. Blood that were collected need to stay in refrigerators. There were a lot of things, like patients will be in the hospital, you see patients sweating, patients staying in darkness, medical doctors don't have light in their offices. There's definitely a problem. Then you come to equipment. There are a lot of equipment we are lacking in the hospitals, ranging from oxygen, X-ray machines, a lot of issues. So I don't think we are ready to actually take care of any problem of this magnitude. So, and you look at a medical personnel, each time they keep crying for pay, for higher pay, for this. See, somebody that is working in the health sector as a doctor, who is not being paid well, how do you expect him to work properly? How many medical doctors have left Nigeria in the past 2-3 years? We should go back to these statistics, and we should look at why are they actually leaving. These are the people that are supposed to be around in case we have some pandemic or something. Just as you said, we are not praying for anything to happen. But when you look at it, the consultants are leaving this country. Part of this money is supposed to have been used to even keep these people around. Okay, the people in power. And I think the reason why this thing is continuing is because some, if not most of them, don't even go to public hospitals. Some of them, this time they have problems, they fly abroad. You can see a president going out because there's no trust in the medical system in our hospital. They may have their own reason for security. How can a president leave his own country to go and check something that there are thousands of medical doctors that should be able to check that kind of problem? It's actually a disgrace. So you go to a hospital that maybe you are an emergency, and people are actually asking you to go and often file first. You come an emergency. So when you look at this kind of issues, you see that we are not ready. What you call medical sector, and I'm sure the people in power and the affluent people that go for medical wages outside, they can testify that what is happening in Nigeria is not, we can't call those centers medical centers per se. Because where they go, the way they talk to you, and when you go to this hospital now, sometimes you see a medical personnel talking to you maybe in a harsh way or whatever. Sometimes it's the social precondition of the environment that make them to talk that way. So I don't think if we have this kind of problem, we'll be able to stand on our own, because it may be loan upon loan. Because as I told you already, we have a loan with France, Germany, China, I think even Japan, then IMF and World Bank. So I think we have a lot of issues to do, a lot of things to do as far as medical sector is actually concerned.
All right. Going forward, really, what do you think can be done? Serap has gone to courts. I can't remember the last time that Serap even won a court case with the federal government. I mean, we just hear it in the front pages of newspapers or even on broadcast mediums like this one, and then it ends there. You know, I don't know to what extent this would in any way move anybody in government to try to explain to Nigerians, because again, Nigerians need to know how these COVID-19 loans were actually used. The government has every communications channels to speak to Nigerians on this matter, but do you think that the Nigerian government have adequately communicated to the Nigerian population regarding how they used these loans, how they disbursed it to different state governments, and the result of the disbursement of this bonus? Because again, they are public funds, and the best that I know is that no government so far, whether at the state or local government levels, have accounted for these particular monies.
That's an interesting one. I think loan in Nigeria is not citizen inclined. Citizens are not carried along. I'm telling you, what citizens know about Nigerian loan is when in Nigeria, those that even listen to news and read newspapers. When the country is taking the loan, you see it on the headlines. Nigeria is about to take social loan from IMF. Nigeria is taking social loan from World Bank. And the other one is Nigeria has paid back loan. I think this is what Nigerians need. First of all, Nigerians need to be educated about, like, IMF. What is IMF? Nigerians need to know about it. You know, our problems start from education. We have to educate our people on why we need certain things, considering the kind of people we choose to actually represent us. First of all, we go back, let's understand what IMF is about. Then the conditions of those loans should be spelled out to Nigerians, maybe on the national television or through a referendum. Nigerians should know about the kind of how much is being to be collected, the conditions of those loans. A lot of Nigerians today, you ask them about IMF, some of them don't even know what IMF is about. IMF was established in 1944, just a year before World War II ended. And it started operation in 1947. To lend out money to communities and member communities. Then it has conditions, and these conditions need to be spelled out to people, because it's not all about paying back the loan. It's about the impact. So Nigerians should actually know about what IMF is all about, how much is being collected, why are we collecting this loan, and who are in charge of this loan. And as the loan progresses, we start utilizing this money, there should be a need to actually educate Nigerians on how much is being spent and who gets what. So when you look at these things, Nigerians are actually not aware of these kind of things. All Nigerians are hearing is some dollars being used, some of them are not even told in naira. So I think the loan, the citizens are not actually carried along. But the only thing that is telling on the citizen, and the citizen should know that, is that the impact is actually showing. The hike in naira, a lot of lack of industrial developments, and a lot of issues that you can see around are actually showing. So the government needs to actually educate people on the loans, and how it is being collected, and how much is to be collected, and what it is to be used for, and whether it actually was used to achieve that particular to actually curtail that particular issue. So I think that would be a nice one. But Nigerians are not actually carried along as long as or have not been carried along as long as 3.4 billion COVID-19 loan is concerned.
All right. Odumumi Musa Omia, many thanks for your insights on this matter, and I hope that these conversations most likely reach the quarters where these must be explained to Nigerians, so we can have some clearer view of what exactly happened to the COVID-19 loan and how it was used and how it was disbursed under the last administration. Many thanks for your time. I truly appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
All right. We are connecting you to our Abuja studios for the continuation of the morning show. My name is Charles Pius. Good morning.
The pension is too low, and all the contributions people made with PENCOM and defense and stuff is not really being well attributed to them in the way it's supposed to be. Most of them don't have housing. It's not only about paying people pension, you should consider their housing, post-housing, after service. Where do those people live? How do they survive? Do they have a farm? Is there any government intervention in helping them alleviate the pains of the current economic hardship? Like now, the government is even dragging to pay 100,000 for the minimum wage, and the pensioners are still receiving low 30,000. That's the basic pension benchmark. Then 30,000 cannot even buy a bag of rice. It cannot fill a tank. It cannot buy you electricity for a month. You know, it's too low. So it's regrettable. And some people that have actually managed the pensions, you know, they have, like Mena and others, they have really squandered people's money, you know, diverted the money, and there's no really money there to pay the pensioners. Because if there was money, there would have been accrued interest in their deposits. So there is nothing like that, and people are suffering. Their money has been squandered or diverted, or one way or the other, they are not being paid their pension.
They should look into it because it's government that's supposed to take care of them. They don't suppose even their pension, their gratuity. They should help people. You know, some of money don't have value. Just like as they are still talking to we staff minimum wage. You know, things are very scarce. Inflation in Nigeria, so they suppose those people that depend on drugs, and those money they are paying them as a pension is not even enough to pay their bill. Some are still training their children, some are paying house rent. So all those things, government should try to help the pensioners so that to survive more before they die. Some even on the process of going to road, do this, do that, you see some die on the hunger or fall on the road.
The way pensioners are treated is not good, because after serving the government for 35 years, you don't have nothing to show. You don't have house in your village. You don't have any investment. You can't even train your children in the tertiary institutions or give them proper medical support. Even you as a pensioner, you are not sure of your medical support from the government, people that you have worked for. If you have stroke, many people have stroke, they have hypertension, all those type of illnesses cost a lot of money, and there is no way the government is trying to help them, you know, to treat their illnesses, even to feed, even to have housing. All those things is absurd for those pensioners. And people that are in service, when they see the way they treat the people that have already retired, they will be striving, trying their best, you know, in corrupt ways, trying to make money so that they won't be suffering after retirement.
Welcome to another episode of The Muse on Signature Television. My name is Chris Maduka. I'm supposed to be your uninvited guest to your peaceful home, as it were. That is, if there is any peaceful home again in Nigeria. But be that as it may, Nigerians being the resilient people, we as always, that reminds me, people outside Nigeria also watching. So, you know, my people say, if it's how do you know a stranger? He will always be telling you, if it is in my place. Yes. If it's in my place, that's how you know a stranger. So I forgot that some people are outside listening and watching us from outside Nigeria. So welcome all the same. If you have peace there, remember some of us that are where you don't have peace. We don't pretend we have peace here. There is a lot of wahala here. But before that comes, what is trendy? What is it that the search engine, the algorithm, and other Gen Z's digital languages and terms we're talking about in this season? It is the bidding of farewell to the Pontiff, Pope Francis, who has just joined the Saint Triumphant. Yes, that is it. And that's it. Sometime in the other platform, I was singing a song. But I remember another one that says, in the sweet by and by, we shall meet on the beautiful shore. In the sweet by and by, we shall meet on the beautiful shore. These are the kind of songs the saints are singing for Pope Francis at this time. Even some of us that are not saints who can sing hymns. Whether it's sacred songs and sorrows, whether it's ancient and modern, whatever song you hear, you can find some of these songs that our people use to send the dead home. So Pope Francis, we wish you well on your journey. As you join the saints, you are already a saint. From all indication, you died like a saint, having have to die on Easter Monday, very early Easter Monday. After your homily to the world, waving through the window of Vatican, that the ritual that is always taken as a sign of holiness. People will come and take blessings. You gave blessings to the world and you lay back and gave up the ghost. So may the angels of heaven sing you to sleep. But that's not all. As the world gathered to celebrate the burial, the Mass is also a media event. The whole world is agog.
we can spot some Nigerian delegates who are at the Vatican, the St. Peter's, to bid the Pope farewell. You know, there is this song I've just sang. You know, in some of us that are Christian fathers know we have the people we call the PCC in Orthodox churches. They have them PCC. Most of them are elders like us. So we are elders, Christian fathers. As you were singing the song, in the sweet by and by, we shall meet on the beautiful shore. Among Nigerian delegates, they will be looking at, you know that these nuns, the reverend sisters and all that, beautiful, some of them very beautiful. So among our Nigerian delegates that went there, I'm sure as they're singing in the St. Peter's, some of them won't be looking at in the sweet by and by. You know, say, that sister is beautiful. I'm not saying anything. Among the delegates that went to Rome to bid farewell to the dead Pope, among the people in Nigeria here who have some cases, unanswered cases, or whether they've answered it or not answered, and some of them has to do with sexual abuse allegations, which is very expensive and costly. And we are trying to use paper to cure madness, but it's not yet cured over. What the federal government can do is, among the delegates that will represent Nigeria to Rome, to bid farewell to dead Pope, is among one of us who has not answered. Nigeria is a wonderful country, but that's wonderful. It's also do, you know, the church, the Christ did not come for the saints, so you can as well carry everybody in Nigeria who have allegation, one other allegation of corruption, of chopping our money, for even as having been there's alleged that he say make me happy, and you can be among the delegates. It doesn't make anything. After all, you go for the dead Pope, you know, like the Roman Catholics, where the Pope is the world leader, they always ask for the saints to pray for us. So as he stayed there, saints, pray for us, pray for us, pray for us. Yes, you pray for us. We have not prayed for ourselves. We want the saints to pray for us. Will the saints kill themselves? For Nigerians, the number of sinners in Nigeria, if the saints keep praying for us, they won't have time to pray for other people of the world. It's wonderful. It tells me a story of one man, you know. He was just converted to Roman Catholic Church recently, but the man has been in Okite. He's from my state. He has been doing Okite. He's a Dibia. But you know, the powerful Christians has converted him to Christianity. But like they said, they go chonyali yabu ibunik. These people, we say, what is this man talking about? What I'm saying is that once you finish curing a madman, you will not cure the madman from. How do I speak that? I don't even know the meaning of ibunik in English. Winking. When you cure the madman, he will still be winking. After some time, he will wink for you to know that he came from a constituency. I entered the bus going home, and the bus driver was saying, bus stop, there's a bus stop of along the way to my house. There's a psychiatric hospital, a federal psychiatric hospital in ENUGU. So the bus driver was saying, the bus stop of all those people who, in the Intamu bus stop, I didn't understand what the man Nigerians are wonderful people. They turn everything into a joke. He said, Intamu bus stop. Those bus stops where you stop and you see a lot of people will be they would Ntamu. In Igbo, Ntamu means murmuring. So if you get to that bus stop where you see a lot of people murmuring, you don't need to bother. That's what they're talking about. You will know already where the bus stop where you find yourself, you know. So you have to be careful there. When you see people, you don't talk about it. So as we bid the Pope farewell, among our delegates who have gone to bid for farewell, you know, and I find there when they're singing in the church, somebody will be using eye to look at to admire the sisters, the reverend sisters and the nuns who are in the cathedral. They're probably looking for who will make me happy or not. I hope they come back with another charge. And I trust among them we have the piteous Bishop Kuka. But he's not the leader of the delegate, he's just a member of the delegate, and other people. By the time Nigerians return from that delegate to go and bury the Pope, you come back, all the killings in Nigeria would have stopped. I mean, just go to Rome, bury the dead Pope, pray, and then do, when we come back, all our sins are forgiven. And we come back fresh, and we start all over. That is what we are hoping. So it's just about that. It won't stop Pope from going to where he's already gone. All these ones are ceremonies. But Nigeria would have saved the Pope that embarrassment, because along the line where the Archangel Peter and all the one Gabriel are trying to receive the Pope, they will look back at the people who are paying, who are just assembled to wish his soul well, and they will spot some Nigerians. They will say, who are those? They seem to come from... I'm not saying anything, but if the angels look back and see among the people who are bidding the Pope farewell, they will say, are those ones among the... Well, Pope, goodbye, Pope Francis. May the angels of heaven sing you to sleep. Whatever Nigerian delegates are coming, they will not stop the angels from singing you to sleep. And like we said, your death will become a lesson for us to learn in Nigeria. In one other platform, I have said, it reminds me, I like singing songs as a Christian father. We said, fading away like the stars of the morning. When you hear this kind of song, the church I worship with, the Anglican church, the Orthodox Anglicans, the Methodists, the Lutheran church, the Baptists, they sing a lot of hymns during the time of burial. And the Roman Catholic too, we all sing and we pay a lot of respect for the dead. And so it means that we're fading away like stars of the morning. Do Nigerian politicians know that? I don't know. Even the delegates that are going to bid for power, they don't know that we are fading away like stars of the morning. And he was not there to happen. Because along the line, one day, somebody will lie, no motion, and then everybody will start singing Requiem High Mass. That's it, and that's it. So do we think about that day for us all? Do we reflect as Nigerians in all our endeavors, beyond politics, in our economic endeavor, health, all the sectors of Nigeria? Do we remember that one day we will fade away like stars of the morning? Like Pope Francis had just faded away. And all the pomp and pageantry and ceremonies of burial, some people will look at it, they say, some people will look at how Pope is buried and they wish they are dead to be buried like that. You want to be buried like Pope? Are you Pope? You end that kind of burial, and even at death, you have a choice how you want to be buried. If you die like a thief, you will be buried like a thief. If you die like a corrupt Nigerian politician, you bury you as one. If you die like a saint, like Saint Francis the Pope, you bury you as one. Whatever a man sow, he will reap. That's all. So goodbye, Pope, and we're expecting the Nigerian delegates, that's if they did not jackpot. The Nigerian delegates will not come back. They will just use the opportunity. They're going for the burial of Pope and jackpot, because it doesn't pay you that you go to bury Pope and come back to hell. So like this, Nigeria, Nigeria, we held thee. So goodbye, Pope, as we take on the next news point. What point do we muse? Remind me. Okay. Political defections. Political defections. I want to announce that I, the presenter of the news on Signature Television, I am defected. Ask me where. I don't even know where to defect. It's just that I will announce that defecting anywhere there is stomach infrastructure. After all, I've learned now about for now, don't want. Tell me Just notice that I am ready to defect. Tell me where to defect to. If I'm a Nigerian politician, where I will defect to will be very, very, very clear, because we have been told that if you join that particular party, all your sins will be forgiven. And all of us are making effort. Well, now we know that we have a party in Nigeria where we join. We don't need to die again to go to heaven. You know, all our sins are forgiven, so it's heaven. It's Eldorado. Just join that particular party. 90 million flies cannot be wrong. Join them to eat what they eat. Nigeria, we have the political defections that even a sitting governor with all the machineries of state government defected to a party. And in Nigeria, we all kept quiet and accepted it. And take it as the new normal. Nigeria. Who did this to us? I don't have any issue with defection. As I'm sitting here, I've announced my own defection. But I cannot defect with a signature television. If I want to defect, I leave their studio, leave everything they are doing, and just defect to anywhere I want to. I can ask for a defect to hell. But I shouldn't be drawing people who do not want to defect, drawing them to defect. What would that be? How do you describe that? Is defection by force? If we vote you as a representative of a state, you are not there for everybody and for nobody. You suddenly decide that a complete over 5 million people that make up a state that is also a legitimate member of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, all of us, over 5 million people should join one party overnight without due consultation. What is our offense that we have elected you as governor of our state? And nobody is talking about it, though. Hey, God. Hi, Nigeria. Who will write this story, this history? Have we given up on Nigeria? Are we giving up on our democracy? Are we saying that nothing can be made out of our democracy? Is it how this leg Nanama go take reach Omaya? This is how we are going to get to become a very strong democratic nation. We believe that we need to make mistakes. But some of these ones are not mistakes. How can somebody deliberately climb a tall palm tree, get to the tall palm tree and just remove his hand and they just say, God will catch me when I fall? Is God catching you? Are you, even if you are his son, Jesus? Even Jesus did not try God to that extent, because when the devil asked him to fall down, the angels will catch you. He said no. And he used the word, he said, do not tempt your God. You shouldn't tempt your God by doing that. But you see, in Nigeria, we do anything. You see a whole politician, he climb up through mandate, with one mandate, climb up with mandate B, get up there, and then leave his hand to fall into another mandate A. You call that Nigerian version of democracy? God forbid. For how long are we going to remain in sin for grace to abound? The Igbo Bible says Tofiakwa. And that is what I believe in. That one makes more meaning. Because if I speak them in English, it will be God forbid. But if you say it in Igbo, Tofiakwa, it makes sense. Nigeria, Tofiakwa. For how long can we be defected from one party to another without due process? And we have constitution and Nigerian legal luminaries that are not interpreting it. So meaning we are taking the voters for granted. These are the same people who will come out tomorrow, beg them to vote for us. And we believe they will trust us. Because if we ask them to vote for us in party A, 2 months after, we can jump ship to party B without due apologies, without explanation, because it's politically right for us to do so, without due consideration of the people who actually gave us the mandate. That is if there was they get there with that mandate. Because if we didn't get there with the mandate, which mandate are you going to recall back to? Nigeria. But then even Nigeria is telling us, that musician say, don't cry for me, Argentina, cry for yourself. Why should we pity Nigeria? We should pity ourselves. Nigeria has been there before we come. And we all be here and go. Nigeria will still be here. Soldier go, soldier come. We are deliberately with open eye destroying Nigerian democratic system. That means we never deserved it. Some people paid with their lives to get us to this level. You know, my people talk say, na children wey no sabi wetin they call war. For Igbo language, you know no sabi what they call war. They call them aya, aya. In war, in Igbo, aya is aya, war. But small children that doesn't know what aya is, call it aya, aya. You don't blame them. They don't know what war is. Most of us who witnessed the Nigerian Biafra Civil War, when they are talking about another war, we take it with pinch of salt. We be saying, not deliberately refusing it totally, but we don't jump into it with all that kind of, you see our young people who are calling it aya, aya. But we know we saw aya. But then, you know, some people say if what happened in the recent past happened in the recent future, we might not even care and give up aya for aya, and then whatever it is. If you get confused, consult your Google. But I'm here, defections from one party to another. Some people I find in Nigeria have jumped from all the parties. They are jumping around, and now they completely circle. They will begin again to defect. And the Nigerians say, Kai, Nigerian voters, Nigerians, who did this to now? The same people will still come back tomorrow, call for rallies, and people will wear their uniform and come out and be saying, Ijebego, 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 Ijebego. Are we not ashamed of ourselves? Okay. Somebody was in the class of aesthetics, and he was talking about when something becomes consistently ugly, it begins to gather beauty. Some people get confused. If you see a very ugly woman, is ugly from head to toe, you start seeing the beauty of ugliness. That's aesthetics. Yes, Nigerians' democracy has gotten so rotten that we got it so rotten and smelly that we got to the point of start seeing some element of beauty in the rottenness of. It means you can defect. The only thing that has not, the only person that has not defected in Nigeria is the only president. Of course, he has no reason to defect because he's a strong man. Everybody is defecting to the center. We are not defecting to the side. Good luck, Nigerians. Keep defecting. Keep defecting. As you are jumping ship, make sure the ship stops before because a ship can be sea ship in the ocean. You think this is a high motion. If you don't calculate very well, you jump and you jump into the ocean and you hear boom. That's it. And some of the people who have jumped ship, I'm sure they jumped into boomness. Don't ask me. Time will tell. Let's go. There's this one I saw today. It's high medical bills has forced Nigerians to get prescription from the internet. Yes. High medical bills has made Nigerians, you go to hospitals. I've been to many hospitals recently. I don't see people again. You go to their wards, you don't see anybody. Anybody you see lying there is like, is not internet savvy. People go on the internet to get one lawyer. In the internet now, the AI tells you how to fall sick and how to get it cured. You can Google it. If I want to fall sick, what to do? AI with then now that I'm sick, what do I do? AI will answer. Now that I'm sick, what medicine do I? You recommend all those ones. My only problem is that it doesn't recommend African herbs because it's not yet on the international brand. The AI does not recommend. Artificial intelligence does not recognize African herbs. So all those Noya concoctions we make, we have not patented them for AI to pick them and put them in the repository, the repository of AI knowledge that is managed and shared by the internet. And then, by the way, even as much as in Nigeria, one of my brothers from Onitsha founded, was a very strong man on the internet history. Where is it today? What brands we have in Nigeria, in Africa, that is recognized by AI? So, Isimpi and Apampi fall sick, AI will recommend Oyibo medicine. You go to the chemist, buy Oyibo medicine. The only thing is that this part of the world where we are, NAFDAC has told us that almost 90% of our drugs in our market are fake. So you go, double wahala for dead body. You fall sick, yes. You don't go to the hospital, yes. You go to the internet, yes. Internet prescribe for you, yes. You now go to the Nigerian market, yes, to buy fake drug. Case closed. Fading away like the stars of the morning. That's the next song we hear after that process is completed. Otiku. According to my Yoruba friends, they say Otiku, that is a case closed. You don't die. What happened? All the 60,000 Nigerian medical, over 5 million, when you put them together from medical doctors, nurses, are jackpot in the last few months. So how many left? So the few that are left here cannot serve the remaining. We are not up to 200 million again, no, because terrorism has reduced Nigerian population by over 20% in the last 2 months. Some people will want to quote me and quote you. Just go to AI, ask the same question that I said. You will get the answer. Everything is AI now. You get sick, go to AI on the internet. You ask him, I'm sick. He will tell you even what kind of sickness that's worrying you. You ask him for your location. Say, AI, I'm a Nigerian. What do you think is my sickness? He will say, ha! You will line up all the sicknesses for you. You pick one. And I say, AI, what the medicine do I? You will give you so many medicines you could pick. Then you go to Nigerian market to buy. That's where the case closed. The process stops there. Because here there are certain things the AI cannot do. AI cannot stop fake drug in Nigeria. No matter how NAFDAC have tried. NAFDAC has not even employed AI to help them in fake drug system in Nigeria. They can only go to Head Bridge Market in Onitsha, close the market, ready the market at night, without the people who own the workshop, the shops, and cut away whatever they cut and declare whatever they think is fake drug. They send Nigeria. Who did this to us? I say I get confused. That is when I want to talk. They say this man, you want to talk nothing, another enter my mouth. That's why they say it's muse. Don't use the other one. No. You know, one madman in my place. Why they say he's mad is he'll be saying one thing, another thing will enter his mouth. I'm talking about the Nigerians getting prescriptions for their medical issues from internet, and then the issue of fake drug came in. The issue of Head Bridge Market in Onitsha came in. And the issue of how NAFDAC raided the market came in, and what they cutted away came in, how they cutted it away came in. No one is against the cutting away fake drugs, but the manner of cutting is what we are faulting. Because if you remove flare from the body of a dog, you better show it to the dog. Otherwise, the dog will bite you thinking you are pinched it. How can you want to stop fake drug? You suspected the market in Nigeria is filled with fake drug. You gathered the security to help you to raid the market. But you have to go when the markets are locked. You invaded the market, broke shops, carted away goods. There's some viral video of some shops that were located near the medical shops. And then they were not dealing on medical materials. The woman was dealing on beauty and accessories and grooming materials, and then everything was scattered away. So you start imagining what has clothes and shoes and women's clothes and shoes and bags and those high brands had to do with fake drugs. It all shows that human beings still remain human. No wonder Jesus Christ, when they brought the woman who committed adultery, alleged, he said, if you have not committed sin before, throw the first stone, and the case closed. So all those ones who are raiding the drug market, cutting it away, if they know they have not taken fake drug before, if they know they have not committed anything against Nigeria before, nobody is promoting corruption or anything. let us begin to do things the right way so that we don't leave suspicion and issues on the trail of any policy or government policy and decision that will be well defined and out. But because of our humanness in it, we bring in fault into it. That's what we are saying on the news. So before some of you misquote me, don't just go and do the wrong thing, do the wrong thing the right way. It can never work because they don't meet. Light and darkness can never meet, no matter how you try. If you want to meet, you go to River Niger and River Benue at the confluence town of Lokoja and see how the two rivers meet. The next thing we do before we round up is the killing and killings in Nigeria continues. Yes. And then what is on top of the burner that people are recommending is whether we will have state police. Anytime that is mentioned, we will have pause. Okay, we'll be talking, there is a high level of insecurity in Nigeria. Yes, everybody agree. There is killing and killing every day. Yes. There is kidnapping. Yes. There is some element of rape. Yes. There's clashes and violent clashes everywhere. Yes, we agree. Now, when we come to solution, we have not been able, in the last, since 2012, to come up with solution. The only solution we have been solving the same problem with the same consciousness that caused the problem and expecting result. Tell me what that means. Not be telling from my mouth when I go here. So I talk, say, somebody saw a problem. The same consciousness that make you cause that problem. You are using the same consciousness to solve that problem. Tell me what you are. Tell me. You talk saying, amigo talk says, I'm not that abusive. I grew up in a generation where we respect people. You know, we respect people. We don't use bad word against our people. But what do you call such things? So how will the problem get solved? We have our Nigerian security personnel who are 24 hours in the front line, dying, sacrificing for us. We have done that for a long time. Why don't we try some other things? As you use the mortar, they pound something for your house, for the mortar. You use the piece, they pound. You're going to hear boom, boom. When they give that piece, that sound is equal. So accordion, when the accordion, that's the pistol, is sounding on the mortar, you're hearing boom, boom, boom. But even without the pistol, the mortar will make the noise. So accord the new zapo, you hear boom, zapo, that's the noise. So let us try something that will help our Nigerian securities to solve the problem of insecurity in Nigeria instead of using one straight line jacket. Or every day we load our boys to the front line. Some of them will return, some of them will not return. Who did this to us, Nigeria? Is it not high time we rethink and become more smart in our thinking? Why not add the Nigerian issue of state police so that our code the equal is the mortar. That's the Nigerian security apparatus and the personnel. The accord in this case will now become the state police. The state police is another way of bringing the issue of security to the grassroots, nearer to the grassroots. That was the same consciousness that made us go into local government. And even local government is a recognized autonomous unit of our federal governance system. You ask yourself, why won't you, if you have state federal police, why won't you have state police? If possible, local government police. But Nigerians will do first things last. Some people have consolidated their state police. After all, we have the likes of Amoteku, we have Bubagu and other ones. But it's just for Nigeria to give it baptism and say this is state police. We are still running under vigilante. But even that vigilante, what is it? That is some of the things that help to stop these incessant killings every day we are dying. Let's help the Nigerian police. Let's help the Nigerian army, Nigerian Air Force, Nigerian Navy, the customs, the civil defense, the DSS. We need to help them with the Nigerian police so that we all will be moving together. If we think Nigeria is the cattle owned by one Alhaji, all of us are headers for one Nigeria. If we are going in one direction, why not listen to the people and think about the state police? Well, this is where we're going to stop musing today. We have so much to muse on, but time passes when you are musing alone. I never know it can be this fast. Until we come your way again, this is Signature TV, the muse of Signature. My name is Christian Chibuzo Maduka. You can call me the muser or anything it means in your language. But that's it. Stay tuned to the rest of our program. Don't go away.
We have male dominance in politics, which is number one. Men have dominated the political arena in Nigeria. We have educated women. We have women that have the zeal and the passion for politics, but the arena has been dominated by men. Men that, I'm sorry to say, they don't want to see women reach their desired position. So we have so many problems apart from the male domination. We have the religious problem, especially where I'm coming from. I'm coming from the northern part of the country. We have the cultural biases, we have the religious biases, which work hand in hand to bring women down during the political, in politics or generally in decision making in the country. So these three factors are the hindrance, what brought the hindrance in women participation or women inclusion in Nigeria. The hindrances, we've already overcome some of them, because when a woman goes out to campaign, if you look at the campaign arena, you'll find out that we have a lot of women, especially from the grassroots. You find out that women constitute majority of the voters and mobilizers for their parties, for their candidates. And even if you go to polling units, you find out that 75% of the people lining up to cast their vote are women and children and youths. So women are mobilizers, and at the same time, women usually they come out en masse to support what they want. So that first hindrances we've overcome it, because we can always come out to vote for what we want and what we believe will bring the best for our interests. But when you look at the political institution, a woman will vote, but when the candidate attain to power, she will be overlooked. She will be overlooked, and women interests have been overlooked nationally and internationally. At the local level, at the state level, at the international level, women interests are overlooked, in the sense that women are given negligible positions. Women have not been included in the decision making or in appointment by the political parties or by the governor, which we are calling from the state, from the national level, that women should be included in the decision making as stakeholders, as position holders in terms of appointment, so that we will have a say in politics. Since we have our votes, we mobilize, we gang up, we have loyalty, we have all what it takes. Less women have a voice, less women have a say. And when I talk about the religious biases, we've overcome the religious biases in the sense that women have been urged to come out to vote and to be voted for. It's not against our religion. It's not against our religion, and we've been doing that. We have so many educated women that are politically vibrant. Looking at the women coming out to vie for political positions, women are ever ready to come out en masse to support women, so that we'll see what will happen when we women support women. Like the campaign we are having right now, that is women supporting women in the parliament, that will bring a lot of fruitful, encouraging atmosphere for women to be voted for. Like if you take for an example, if you look at the National Assembly, we have only 3 women in the Senate, only 3 women out of the 109, only 3 women are the Senate. So if we have women, a lot of women coming out to vie for Senate seats, a lot of women will come out to encourage them to be part of it, so that we'll have a lot of women senators. When you look at the state, the House of Representatives, we have only 17 members, women, only 17 in the National Assembly. Out of 366, we have only 17 women, which is very, very negligible number. We need to do more. Women need to come out en masse to support women, so that we will attend so many positions, viable positions, important positions in the Senate and in the National Assembly, at the state, at the local level, even at the national level. So women supporting women is a very important issue which we need to address as women, and to encourage each other to come out and support each other. And also, when you look at the Nigerian Constitution, you will find out that we have the 35% affirmative action, which has not been met up till this time.